Hey, Mariah. Yeah, it's cold. Hey, Ashley. Hey, Ethan. Hey, Unworn. Hey, Unworn, did you ever get those DMs? Those screenshots? Something tells me you didn't. Hey, Scott. Hey, Clutch. Hey, Millennial. Did your life has an age restriction? Was that on purpose? That's only on Twitch. I'm not sure if that's normal. I've been told that's normal for political lives on Twitch. Yeah, Unworn. It's probably with Trump's tax returns. Hey, Allie. Hey, Josh. Hey, Neely. Hold on. Looking at your message right now. That the parentheses was funny. Okay. So we're gonna get started pretty soon. I'm running late as per usual. Since we only have one last day this week, I don't know if it's worth changing the caption. There is some stuff that I want to talk about, or I guess learn about. I want to learn about this the India-Pakistan ceasefire. I guess we could do that after debates. Hey, Liam. Hey, Sam. Hey, K. I think it's K XOXO. What else we got in the old news section? Neely, can you do me a favor and send me the link to not the weekly doc, but the main doc? Hey, Julio. Hey, Peach. Thank you. Oh, I didn't make a TikTok today. I was so gripped in the drama today. I didn't even edit a TikTok. See, we have some like a quick clip we can post. Also, I think all right, so there's like a drama today. Yeah, we're not gonna talk about it, but there was drama. Hello, Dan. I'm about to go hoop and listen to you in my ear. If I hit a 3, I'm gonna tap my ear and say Dan time. By the way, congrats again, Cam. That's awesome, awesome news. I wish I had seen it. I must have missed it. Peach, you're better off, honestly. Dan, are there other creators around you in Florida? Would doing an event like an FSU or another university be possible? There is one. There's a few. Okay. Problem is the creators that here are the creators in Florida. You have Alina, Mr. Jones X. There's I mean, I guess there's NORADs. We could possibly collab with NORADs. Who else in Florida? You and Epic Tickle are really it. Yeah, Epic Tickle's in Florida. That's true. It'd be interesting at least. Doug too, but yeah. So okay, I'm really cool with Doug. Okay, but he's like really cool with Alina. So I have to imagine at some point something's gonna give. Like, because I mean, I'm not gonna actively bring it up, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. One Dan versus 100 Florida men. Hey, Caffeine. Who's Doug? Dougie Lifts. He used to do a lot more political content before the election. He's been doing more like fitness content lately. You know, creators in Alaska. Yeah, I guess not. Sounds like Alaska needs you. Okay. Let me. If I have a clip I could post. Hey, Della. Cam, were you streaming on TikTok or Discord? I don't even know. Oh, I think we got the clip, chat. Got the clip. It's the when I pulled out the tinfoil because the guy said that George Floyd was swallowing his can I say the D word on YouTube and Twitch? I can, right? Hey Shui. I just gave out the link that my university gives out. Oh, gotcha. Dan? No, drugs. Dan, what's your stance on is a hot dog a sandwich? Genuine question. This could lose you followers, Dan. Okay, I think so. Here's the thing. There's a closer sandwich. Yo, what's up, homeboy? Literally. I hope all is well with you watching WWE Backlash now, so please forgive me if I don't get it. No, you're good, Jose. Hope you're doing well. Dan, is a fried egg just fried chicken? Okay, no. Okay, so when we talk about like a Philly cheesesteak, right? Or any other like split bread sandwich, we usually don't even call them sandwiches. We call them subs or hoagies, or depending on your location, right? So we're already spoiler alert. Wait, I don't know what I'm spoiling. So So we're already like getting farther away from using that word to describe it. So now hot dog is even further from that. So while technically a hot dog is a sandwich, that qualification is kind of meaningless because a hot dog is something very specific. When someone thinks of a sandwich, the first thing they think of is 2 pieces of bread and then something in between. Yes, the idea of a sandwich extends to split bread with stuff inside, which then would lead to hot dog. But describing it that way seems to be like begging for an argument. Which then leads to, is the hot dog just the meat or the entire thing? Ooh, I think it's both. I think it's both. Hot dog could be referring to just the meat, and it could also be referring to the entire thing. Is the meat only hot dog buns or a thing? So at what point is something no longer a sandwich? Guess when there's no bread involved? It's almost like it's like scissors, right? And then 2 scissors are still scissors. You know? Like a hot dog can be just the meat, or it can be it's just the meat because you can say I'm going to buy hot dogs, and that doesn't mean bun, it means glizzy. Yeah, but if you're going to a restaurant, it's like, hey, what are you gonna eat? And you say a hot dog, people know it comes with a bun. So it kind of depends on the context. One slice of bread equals a tostada. Well, no, because you have open face sandwiches, which I mean, I don't know what the point of those are, but all right, you guys are way too distracting. I gotta post this clip. Gosh, that's that's such a wild question. Hey, Antoine. Sandwich sound generalized, and hot dogs could just be a subgroup. Yeah, that's around where I'm thinking, I guess. Wait, are we on TikTok yet? We are not. We are not, and probably not even close. If I'm being honest. Does a pipe have 1 or 2 holes? 1. Wait, how is it 2? It's just 1 hole that goes all the way through. It has two ends, but it doesn't have two holes. If it was one, it would be a cup. Opening is one hole. Eyeballs emoji. What kind of pipe are we talking about? Oh, question. I love this rage bait. Okay. All right, I'm gonna edit the TikTok video, and then we can get started. Jose, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think I've read a single comment of yours that I've understood. John, it's not midnight yet. Laugh massive. Who did he say that about? I got a new favorite person to read comments about. LOL. It's in YouTube chat. Dang it! Don't make me go to YouTube to see. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's just talking about a sports ball game that he's watching, and like commentating on it. But I don't know what the game is. I don't know what the sport is. Also, if I did, I wouldn't particularly be interested in the fact that Gunther is kicking the daylights out of Pat. Sports ball game is crazy. Bro, that score was wild. I can't believe the player did that. Out of context, my former statement could sound inappropriate. I I'm I thought that was the context you were going for. I don't know if I want to post this tonight. More editing. Maybe I'll just do an off the cuff one. Ah. Is it just me, or so I don't know if it's like the years of doing the Pledge of Allegiance in grade school, or I don't know if it's just because it's been so long since I felt patriotic, but is it just me, or did anyone else feel this wave of patriotism and nationalism? Ooh, not nationalism. Hold on. Happy birthday, Rose. Day 2 of the Android update for my phone. It's been long and grueling. My days feel longer while I navigate the new UI. I dislike looking at my other apps via the side. Everything is different. I don't like the change, but change is needed. Can I take a week of this? I don't know what will happen anymore. Okay. Am I the only one that felt this like surge of patriotism when I found out that the new pope was American? Like, I don't know if it's the years of Pledge of Allegiances in grade school, or if it's because it's been so long since I felt like proud of my country. But something about that announcement, I was just like, yeah, America. Is that just me? What do y'all think? Is that an okay TikTok? Oh, wait, I have an idea. Actually, as a matter of fact, we are so back, baby. Okay. I should probably add something about the Pope. Right. So what do we know about this Pope? Other than that, he's American. Like people keep calling him the woke Pope, right? Who was it that crashed out about this? Was it Laura Loomer? MAGA criticized the first American Pope, but he doesn't like Trump or Vance. Is that true, or is that just a rumor? Pope Leo's stance on key issues from climate change to LGBT. But NPR is not letting me. Also notable for like his predecessor, Leo opposes the idea of ordaining. That's in keeping with thousands of years of Catholic understanding. That needs said also is that ordaining. There's been some women that have said this interesting enough, realizing women touted Francis' efforts, participation, and visibility in the Vatican. Oh, thank you, Neely.
It's Bob. It's Bob.
Wait, okay, I saw that. I saw that. Wait, you know what? Maybe I should just talk about that. Maybe I should. Also, did anyone see the TikTok of the family that just found out that their mother's former situationship is the new pope? Like that, I have to imagine that's the case for like all popes, right? All popes have some kind of history, and then people find out. But something about it being close to home, like Americans being like, "My mom slept with that guy." I don't know. It's just so wild to me. And I'm not Catholic, and I don't think I'll ever be Catholic. But W. All right, should we just post this? Should we just post this? Last pope that just passed was a bouncer at a nightclub before becoming a priest. That's crazy. Okay, Jose. Almost done, chat. Neely, too late for the interesting stuff. Hey, Shauna. I don't want to put some music in this. I'm not drinking any right now. Oh, I'm sorry, Abby. There's no way this was entertaining for your car ride. I apologize. Okay, I think we're good. All right. If I had 25 missed, 25, my mother would have showed up at my house. Oh, I see. Okay. All right. We're gonna start. We're gonna start the TikTok live. We're gonna have a new caption for next week. Reuse this caption for tonight.
Sup?
Hey, Addie. Welcome in, everybody.
Hello.
Hey, Brittany. Okay, we are live on the TikTok account. Any of my mods are here and want to post the live notification in Discord. You much appreciated. Thank you so much. We're gonna get started shortly. Let me get rid of the pre-show thing. That should be getting TikTok comments right there shortly for YouTube.
Hi, Dan.
Hey, Grammar.
Hey, Dan.
They are. Hey, Neely.
Happy Saturday, Dan.
Happy Saturday, Pixie.
Hey, Dan and chat.
Pixel. Addie
Hello,
Pixels.
Dan.
Hey, Shelby. Hey, Rose.
Hey, Dan. What are you doing for your mom tomorrow?
Happy birthday again.
Hi, all.
So my mom and I usually don't do anything on Mother's Day itself.
Hello, Dan.
Hey, Izzy. Usually I get her flowers and take her to wherever she wants to go, but we do it either like the Saturday before or the Monday after, because neither of us like crowds. So Democrats torched the Constitution for 4 years. Now y'all want to cry about due process. Rix, if you could do me a favor and request up and tell me how they torched the Constitution, you might be able to convince me.
At Rick's Blues anyway.
I would love to hear some examples of that, Rick's Blues. But yeah, so
Dan.
and
Hi, Dan.
she wants Mac to come.
At Rick's Blues.
So
Hey.
we're actually gonna go out
Hello.
on Tuesday because that's when Mac's gonna be here.
Right off the back is crazy happy Saturday? Watch him not have any valid points. I am putting 100 on it.
Oh yeah, you could put 1,000
What's
on it.
UUUP, Dan?
Let's be real here.
G-Day.
Hey, Jafer.
At Rick's Blues, request up or simmer down with your BS lies.
Hey, thank you for the heart me's, everybody.
Don't move. Vote.
Yoo-hoo meeting the rents.
Interesting that he has not requested.
At Neely
I'm doing all right,
Blue Heart.
Jafer. So what was I talking about? Let me make it easier for him. Let me send him the invite. Scroll back up. Rick's Blues. Here, I sent you the invite. So all you have to do is just click one button with your finger.
I am not shocked.
So you can do me a favor, remove your finger from Donald Trump and then
Megan needs help with directions.
and then press accept. That would be really ideal because I really want to hear about it. If you really think that the Democrats were torching the Constitution for 4 years, that's something I would want to know about.
At Neely Light Blue Heart Neely, we need to throw away the Discord away lol. I kinda hate TikTok. Didn't tell me Dan was on.
Hey, bro. I hope this app gets banned. And if TikTok comes for me. Everyone's still discussing everything is only thing keeping me sane, I
At
swear.
St. Ferris the what?
Why request when
It's
others
called
can
you
just
Shadow
use
Dan.
capitalism to kick them? Well, it's also democracy because there's a vote. But if you want, listen.
At Magical Moosh, are you
If that's what hurts
anti-capitalism?
you so much, I'll give you dino immunity. Come
At
on
Rainbow
up.
Gelato, I am just saying.
Come on up.
Shadow Dan.
Shadow Dan.
Wednesday to Saturday, I look forward to Dan's lives. At Magical Moosh, you can buy your way back in too. Good to see you, Dan.
Good to see you
Dino
too, Dan.
immunity. How are you? At Neely Light Blue Heart, he's mega, he can't afford it with these egg prices.
True. Obama. Plus, once the tariffs start hitting his clown makeup, he's not going to have any spare money. Thank you, Miss Sunflower, for the hand heart.
Magical Moosh, love capitalism. At Mary_J_Bridge.
Okay, we're going to go to our first guest momentarily. Let me turn off the text-to-speech. Are you Dan? I am Dan. Dino immunity is unheard of. One time I gave somebody dino immunity and we all regretted it. We all regretted it so much. I don't remember who it was, but it was so bad. Dan Malik, I'm your biggest fan. Oh, thank you, Mermaid. I don't know if I'm I think I'm your second biggest fan. Your biggest fan is my Discord. My Discord loves mermaid.tm.
Genuinely, no.
Rose, thank you for the confetti. Okay, we're going to go to our first guest. If you are here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live Wednesday to Saturday, 8 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. If you're asking yourself, hey, it's not 8 p.m. Eastern and you just went live, the answer is that I was very late because of who I am as a person. We're going to go to our next guest. First guest.
Hello.
Hi, welcome up.
Hi. I just had a question. Do you know anything about like what happened with the Unfuck America tour?
Yes.
Can you explain like on your end? I'm super curious.
All right, so just tab out, scroll down 3 videos of mine. I'm wearing like a blue V-neck, and just watch that.
Awesome, thank you.
No problem.
Have a good day.
You too. All right, we're gonna go to the next guest. Okay, hold on. There's somebody in chat that I want to talk to. Magical Moosh, I'm sending you an invite. I'm giving you dino immunity. You cannot be capitalismed. Dark Lord Z Rage. All right, we're going to the next guest. Here we go. Wait, Hell Hogan. Hell Hogan was the guy. I don't know whose live they were in. Oh, it was Wait. Hell Hogan was in Sean's live, and he kept saying like low key W for insert blank person. And he said they're low key on our side or something like that. I was there. Was it Sean? Yeah, it was Sean's live. All right, we're going to the next guest. Dang it, Dark Lord.
Yeah.
Hi, welcome up.
Yeah, thank you. I just thought it was kind of micro-aggressive that you have the American flag next to you. I mean, have you even done a land acknowledgement before starting stream?
Don't boo.
Like,
Vote.
I don't think that this is really like super appropriate. Like, you know, I know that you're like a political movement, but I mean, you can't really have these elements in your, I mean, appeal to your
Thanks,
audience
Obama.
without mentioning why it's bad. I mean, take some accountability here, buddy.
Let me reply to you in 1 second. Addy, thank you for the gifted sub to the Dark Lord. Dark Lord is officially a sub of this live. I never thought I'd see the day. So like, what are you? Is this like a joke, like a statement? What are you doing here? Let's put it out.
I just think that, like, I mean, it's So basically, by having the American flag, are you saying that like the Iraq War was super legitimate? Like,
No.
'cause this is what I'm assuming.
This is what
based
I'm
on-
saying. I'm saying that I am an American. That's it.
Yes, but I mean, this is like saying that that I hate everybody else. I mean, it's essentially the same.
Are you an
You
American?
got to see through it here. It's essentially the
Are
same.
you an American?
No, just acknowledge that America has done horrible things and that you hate other people that aren't American. Just acknowledge it.
Wait, you want me to acknowledge that America's done horrible things and that I hate other people that are American?
You just don't try to lie and say that you aren't.
No, I'm asking what you're asking me to do.
Yes, just
Yeah.
say that you hate yourself for being an American, because that's what we all want to hear here.
Wait, okay, that's a different thing. You're saying I hate myself for being an American?
Yeah, why shouldn't you? It's such a horrible country, You don't understand the, cultural implications here.
What are the cultural implications?
I mean, I couldn't explain it to somebody that's American. It wouldn't work.
So you're not American?
No, of course not.
Oh, okay. Where are you from?
Oh, I'm from the best country in the world.
Which is?
Sweden.
All right.
The best. I mean, it's, the them socks are socking it up to them. You know what I mean? It's cultural diversity to the max, kind of, hopefully. Ish. Social, Olof Palme, everybody. Who do you have? Roosevelt, fucking JFK. I mean, just saying, it's a pretty bad country. And one could even say that there are elements of the bit has gone on for too long. Like, come on, just let me go. Why haven't anybody kicked me yet?
They wanted to hear your point. They were hoping that at some point.
Okay, let me be genuine here. Why did everybody make such a big fuss about these? I mean, the live with C went on. These people have like 10K followers.
Oh, how
like,
is
come
there-
on, these are just random people. Like, this is, and I think it's just like internalized racism from the fact that like all of them were like they were black women, but like who were they? They had like 5K followers, the most followed one. Like you're like sorry.
Start screaming with the mute.
Bro, don't do this to me, brother. Whoa. That was embarrassing.
Okay, I don't think someone's
Your
follower
silence
account.
is
This is all I'll say. I don't think someone's follower account should affect whether or not like their opinions are valid. But anyway,
It's
I'm
a
gonna go to
good
the next guest.
measurement.
That was a very, very weird pivot. We're gonna go to the next guest. Okay, so that's 2 Unfuck America guests in a row. Let's see if we can get the trifecta here. Weird guest tonight, yeah. Can someone remind me? Hold on. I gotta send a screenshot to the mods. Give me 1 second, chat.
They're eating the dogs.
Mermaid, thank you so much for the corgi.
So I apologize if you guys can hear the PA system in the back. I'm currently on my last break at work, but do you want to see a palm-sized strawberry?
Yes.
Hold on, give me a second. My camera doesn't want to work.
I've cried so many nights.
Hold on, let me try to get this so I can show you that it is like palm-sized.
Oh my god. What are they putting in those strawberries?
I don't know, but they're really good. It's I think this time around it's Belgian chocolate.
Is there a chance that your hand is like the size of Donald Trump's hand, or
Sounds right.
My palms are very tiny, but compared to all of these other strawberries, this one's like the biggest. It usually takes me like 4 bites to get through one this size.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, now that we have all seen that, I appreciate you coming up so much.
Just to give everybody a reprieve from the Unfuck America fucking guests. Do you want me to stay up to finish the song?
No, you're good. You're good. Thank you so much for coming up.
Okie dokie.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Fun Dan fact: the first time I ever did karaoke, the people I was with chose the song for each other. Like nobody picked their own song. Everyone got their song picked for them, and I got "Unbreak My Heart" by Toni Braxton, and I was so nervous because, well, for 2 reasons. One, it was my first time doing karaoke, and 2, it was my first time like in front of like a group of people. And I had I want to say my first panic attack ever. Like I was maybe 3/4 through the song, and then I just stopped like feeling like I was living anymore. So I ran to the bathroom to just recuperate. Because I just needed to breathe. My heart was beating out of my chest. It was crazy. But we brought it back with what's it called? Kryptonite by Three Doors Down. That was my second song, and that song I did the whole way through. Anyway, we're gonna go to the next guest. Here we go. Who is Liam number 1? It's bad Liam?
No, this is the good Liam.
This is good Liam. Liam, I thought we went through this.
Through what?
Why are you here? Just for clout? Let me grift in peace. Why does every dance story end in a panic? Y'all, for those that don't know, so I need you guys to remind me because my memory is cooked. Liam's persona non grata in these lives. Okay, so like if in 2 weeks I accidentally add Liam, remind me that you don't add Liam anymore. He can go on GT's live and we can watch him get humiliated there, but I'm good on platforming Liam. All right, going to the next guest. Okay, can someone remind me? Arman? I feel like this person slurred yesterday. Am I wrong? Armaan? Liam is on the blacklist. Yeah, Liam is no longer welcome in these lives. This is a Liam free zone. Yeah, not good? Okay.
Hey,
Hi, welcome up.
Dan. Hey, so I have a question for you.
Okay.
I found out that my ex is planning to post a video about Alina and myself, and I was just wondering if you had something to do with that.
If I have something to do with his video?
Yeah.
I don't.
Or like, have you had any conversations with him regarding me and things that I have said about him?
Regarding you? No. I have had conversations with him.
Okay. Yeah. Chat Pickles GG's is planning to post a video about me and Alina, apparently.
When's he posting it?
I am his ex. He's posting it tonight, he said. So yeah, everybody, I am Pickles GG's ex. Dan talked to my ex. Shut up, Santana. Yeah, I am Pickles GG's ex, and I am not a content creator. I'm just a regular schmegular person. And I went live months ago when we broke up, and he didn't like that.
Okay, so I'm gonna drop her, not necessarily for the pickle stuff, but because she has been like a part of this hate mob from Alina, and I'm just so good. Like I can't pretend like you're impartial. Alina's been bullying my community for weeks now, so I'm not a hater. I don't know, Daisy. Listen, I've seen you in chats. I've seen the things you've said. Okay, like come on, we can't pretend that you haven't been saying Alina was right and ew and ha 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 about the Pokemon vendor thing. Come on, please, Daisy. I supported you after the breakup too. That's what's so. I mean, I get it. That doesn't mean you should support me, but don't pretend that she has ew in her bio. Yeah, thank you, Daisy. Come on, miss me with that, please. Do not gaslight me. You could just say I'm taking Alina's side. I'm fine with following a liar. And that's totally fine. So, I'm interested what Pickles has to say, but I don't know what's going to be in that video, and that's on Bernie. But yeah, Daisy, you're not gonna gaslight me. I'm sorry. Dan talked about my ex, about my pizza addiction. Oh, we got the Alina in chat. How did this end up being a drama live? God damn, I just wanted to debate Trump supporters. Seven hours it is. All right, we're doing a 7-hour live. We're doing a 7-hour Daisy live. I'm kidding. Okay, here we go. Rip Dan's piece.
Wait, I'm sorry. Do people not understand that you're an entertainer? Like, do people really have these weird, like, parasocial bonds with you that, like, your entire scope of existence is, like, up for them to judge? Jesus Christ, people, get the life. Like, I swear to God, it's a loud minority. I think most people are just doing something else, maybe cooking food, maybe playing some video games, like to listen to you. But you should really invest in some better, like, stage equipment here. Like, you have your bed and, like, frame it at least. Like, Jesus Christ. You speak well enough and you are entertaining enough to have more than this type of bullshit to like be the backlight to fucking Dean and Parker. These guys, they suck balls. I mean, they're like 18 years old. They have watched the
okay. We don't have to talk about other content creators.
No, they're fine guys. They're very good and they're good for the American populace. But Jesus Christ, don't involve yourself with like, oh well, did you see the way in which you responded to the that these people? Like, you have to realize that people that have made you get this platform are people that are sitting behind screens. This could be any type of people, super weird people predominantly. They're gonna care whether you fucking do coffee enemas or not. It's not up for me to judge, but we should only judge you about your like politics and like people think that you're a politician. You're an entertainer. You know what I mean? You don't make any fucking legislation. You can like affect public opinion. But brother, you're a guy. I am a guy. It's
all right. Well, thank you for.
Lord have mercy.
All
Whatever.
Right. Well, you have.
Let me eat my cookie here.
Okay. All right. Shauna, thank you for the dinosaur. What the fuck is going on today, chat? Can we go back to a reality where we're talking right now? If you told me 10 years ago, okay, 10 years ago, hey, in 2025, all right, the president is going to set up concentration camps in El Salvador, and he's going to round up people with no criminal records in most of the cases, and some American citizens, and he's going to send them to that concentration camp. We now have reports of people dying in that concentration camp, right? And what we're talking about is a tour that took place weeks ago, a breakup that took place months ago. Please, for the love of God, can we talk about habeas corpus? Can we talk about the potential nuclear war between India and Pakistan? I am so done with the drama. My God. Wait until people. Oh, so you call racism drama? It's over. Z blows. Okay, no one's gonna work with her. It's over. Jesus. Ooh, what you missed? Dan, stop. No, please don't do it. Dan is divisive. His Pokemon stance is controversial. Actually, all right. Can we do Dan is no longer a chismoso. He's hanging up. Y'all want to do it? We could do a panel live. If Santana and Erica and Mermaid and everyone wants to come up and talk about anything but the Unfuck America tour, I would love that. Like if we could talk about like current events and maybe where we should go. Then all I'm saying is Pickle's mom threatening to call ICE on Daisy, so that is related. I don't know what that has to do with this in particular. Oh, you. But yeah, if anyone wants to come up and talk about like the actual important events going on right now, I'm totally down with that. But if we're gonna talk about the Unfuck America tour, then I'm just gonna play Contexto or something. I can't do it. I'm so over it. I'm so over it. Like, I mean, I get there's some creators out there that only find relevancy talking about this stuff, but I'm like, I'm good on that. I've been drinking. I am not safe. Got you, Santana. Hey, Gracie.
Hi there.
Hi. Actually, really quick, Santana, before you leave, if I just have a question. If someone meets you like for the first time and they call you Mr. Jones out of respect, does that trigger like a PTSD response for you, or I'm just curious. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead. Hi, Gracie.
Is that me?
Yeah, you're
yes.
good.
Yeah, Dan, I'm 63 years old. I don't know what this unfuck, I don't even like to say that word. And well, the high school stuff with, I don't know what's going on. Could we talk about senior citizen things like, I don't know, Social Security or constipation?
Well, okay. Social Security, I was on board with. We could talk about the proposed cuts to the Social Security and Medicaid. I'm not sure what we could talk about constipation wise.
Fiber in your cereal. I'm getting an echo too. Can you hear that?
Oh, it might be TikTok glitch. 1 second.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I'm out of the drama age group. I don't know exactly when you age out of that, but so what is the Social Security thing?
Let's pull it. So the House budget that was passed had was it $144 billion of cuts that would affect Medicaid and Medicare. And also, with no changes to Social Security, it's going to be paying out at 75% starting in 2035. Given that they actually have no intention of doing logical things like removing the cap on Social Security. Right now, there's a cap of people that make $174,000. It might be up to $176 now, but $176,000 a year and more all pay the same rather than an increasing amount as they should. That would be a common sense way to extend the solvency of Social Security, but Republicans would never do that because that would involve rich people paying more in taxes. So Social Security is going to be at a 75% rate starting 2035 because Republicans aren't going to do anything about it, and Medicare and Medicaid are going to be cut because Republicans need to fund their tax cuts. That's where we're at with that.
Wow. I'm still getting that echo. Oh, yep. Well, that really sucks. Anyway, Dan, I really just came up to break up your, what was going on.
I really appreciate that. And
yeah.
And I think we'll be okay moving on to a different topic, but thank you so much for coming up. I really do appreciate
You're welcome. I love you. I love your smile, you little handsome devil, you.
Wow. Thank you. I hope you have a great night.
Okay, you too.
Bye. Okay. All right, W guest. He's blushing like you. Matt, get Dan. Dan, you have a girlfriend now. I know. Mac did say. Well, actually, let me let Mac say what Mac said. All right, we're gonna go The next guest. Oh, we have no next guest. Okay, live's canceled. We're talking about drama. No, actually, there's no way. There's no MAGA there's 450 people here. Are y'all really gonna just let this rock? I'm talking about your cult leader. Request up. That's the wrong democracy. They want to arrest AOC. Oh, okay. So I heard that they want to arrest Aaron Parnas. I did not hear about AOC. When was this? Is this new? Can we talk about Baraka? Did Trump think he was a Tarkatan warrior? Yeah, so the arrest of the Newark mayor is horrifying. The talks about arresting Aaron Parnas, like fascism is not at our doorstep. It's here. They said they want to arrest Democratic congressmen. Let's pull it up. Let's do some news tonight. So it looks like they were threatening to arrest AOC because she was sharing information for undocumented immigrants on how to like avoid getting deported. Which, number one, is protected by the First Amendment, which is legal, yeah. So essentially, it's like wanting to arrest the people that were hiding Anne Frank, like genuinely. She was informing them of their rights. Hey, Matt. They're talking about arresting the congressman that was at the mayor's arrest. Which congressman was that? I'm supposed to sleep. I'm fighting it like Tyson. Erica, how are you dealing with your cold? Dan, what's your favorite rap song? It's the Lil Wayne song. 6 foot, 7 foot, 8 foot bunch. Excuse my charisma. Vodka with a twister. That one. Whatever that song's called. That's my favorite rap song. There were Congress people with Newark mayor when he was arrested. Those ones. Hold on. Trump admin eyes arrest for House Dems over ICE incident. Let me pull up the article for you guys. Thank you, Neely. Can we get some W's in the chat for Neely for sending me this article? Bob Menendez. No, well, I'm fine with them arresting Bob Menendez if that's who we're talking about. But I don't think that's who we're talking about because Bob Menendez was a senator, not a congressman, or not a House member. Give me 1 second, chat. 1 second, chat. It's called 6'7", but okay. That's what I thought, but I don't want to make a fool of myself and get it wrong. Santana raid, copy and paste. Okay, DHS is accusing House Democrats of assaulting law enforcement. The lawmakers say they were the ones who were assaulted. The lawmakers... Wait, Bob Menendez was there? Bob Menendez Jr. Okay. Okay, that makes more sense. Because I was like, there's no way Bob Menendez is out here fighting the good fight. Bonnie Watson-Coleman, Rob Menendez, and LaMonica McIver. We actually have body camera footage of these members of Congress assaulting these ICE officers, including body slamming a female ICE officer. McLaughlin said there is an ongoing investigation and that arresting lawmakers is definitely on the table. Threatening to arrest members of Congress for exercising their lawful oversight authority is another example of this administration abusing its power to try to intimidate anyone who stands up to them, as a spokesperson for Watson-Coleman. Spokesperson said their office has reviewed the body camera footage and that it proves ICE agents put their hands on members of Congress. It also proves that DHS has been lying about this incident. We're honestly surprised they released this footage, given that it is so wholly contradicts their claims. Oh, the footage is on social media, chat. All right, we're going to do an analysis. U.S. Congresswoman Monica McIver, wearing red blazer, storms the gates, assaulting ICE agent. Okay, so that's what Homeland Security is claiming happens in this. They're literally pushing her. Oh, tell me if my bias is showing. Are they not pushing her currently? Look up the wide angle. Was this a New Jersey incident? Yeah. Zoom in. McIver said the press conference Friday after the incident that she was assaulted. See if I could get the wide angle. What a bunch of wusses. The sister was clearly being pushed from behind, but we know how sensitive and fragile ICE officers are. Wow, it looks like one of the stormtroopers shoved her from behind into another stormtrooper. She has cause for a nasty lawsuit. So don't even look at the video. We know ICE was in the wrong. Pastor Ben got it. If someone wants to send it to me on Discord, I can pull it up real quick. In the meantime, I have an anecdote, very, very tangentially related to this. So I grew up in New Jersey, and my high school was the largest single campus high school in New Jersey at the time. Things are different now. Very, very overcrowded. And the way it was set up was that there were like intersections between the main campus and then these like auxiliary wings. And especially the middle intersection, it was, I don't know, like 3 intersections, I think. The middle one was essentially a mosh pit. And I remember, are there multi-campus high schools? Yes, Elizabeth, New Jersey is is a place with multi-campus high school. So we just got followed by Flicking the Bean. Thank you for the follow. So one time, I was pushed into another gentleman who was so offended that I was pushed into him that he punched me in the back of the head. Then my friend saw that and started bare knuckle boxing with him. Dan went to school with you, bro. Oh, did you? Okay, so you know what I'm talking about, Mark. You know exactly what I'm talking about. So first of all, I want to shout out Brandon for being a real one. Okay. That's number one. Number two, apparently the guy that punched me in the back of the head had just gotten out of juvie the day before. Anyway, what were we talking about? There he is.
Hey.
Hey, what's up?
Just trying to figure out when this boxing match is taking place.
Yeah, listen, Prime Brandon would give you a run for your money. Let me tell you.
W.
So Chris, I have good news and bad news.
Okay, well, let's always end off with the good note, right? So can you give me the bad news first?
Yeah, the bad news is there is no one in the box. No one for
great.
miles. It is a wasteland in that guest box.
Same thing that happened with me. I streamed for like 2 hours and like ain't nobody pulled up.
Yeah, so like you're welcome to stay and debate, but there's nobody to debate. Hey, Rhea.
L Chris, boo Chris.
I'm out here being discriminated against.
Wait, are you
Boo Chris.
Wait, you two should debate each other actually.
Like what? I would smoke her on any topic.
Oh no, that's
Oh,
perfect.
I would smoke you, Chris.
Wait,
oh,
okay.
let's go.
I've seen other people on this platform just bring up people to argue while they sit there and make money. So I think I'm gonna try doing that. If you.
I mean, yeah, so like, hold on though, but like, it can't be anything like political because we both agree that Trump's terrible, and we both.
Ooh, death penalty. What are your beliefs with the death penalty?
Okay, so I believe so. So one, it is bad, and premise one, it is too cost intensive to the federal and local
Okay, so
economy.
you think it should be abolished?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, wait, then we're the same in that. Let me think.
Wait, okay, I have a question. I actually have a question that might be interesting here.
Yeah.
If the death penalty was changed to where it is only reserved for the absolute most heinous people, so we're talking school shooters that unalived children, and it's not contested. It's everyone saw it. There's nothing to contest. There's no appeals that can happen. would you still be for it, right?
No, because here's why, right? One, it is still, even with one in some states administering it, even for the most heinous people, would still be millions of dollars to the state and local economy, right?
I'm the same with him.
Secondly,
well, why would it be millions of dollars? If the reason the death penalty costs so much is because of how much appeals costs, and we need
actually,
and we
the
need
rug itself. The rug they use to make it more humane is actually like the process in order to unalive someone with that penalty is actually way more cost than somebody having life in prison.
No, I get that, but the reason is not because we're using extra expensive like unaliving methods. The reason is because of the very regiment. Is that a word?
yeah, I know what you're getting at. Yeah.
The very stringent appeal process, which we should have, because the death penalty should be taken very seriously. Too many innocent people have died due to the death penalty, and that's why
100%.
there's such a rigorous. Thank you for whoever said rigorous. Thank you. Such a rigorous. That's why we should have a rigorous appeal process for people on death row. So
do you know how much it costs?
Asking, what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to take the cost basis out of it, because the cost basis is why you should get like even Republicans against it. I'm asking.
My issue is the morality aspect, because the moment a state is sponsoring the unalivement of someone, you're becoming like that. You're stooping to their level, right? That has been my big belief, because if the state is unaliving multiple murderers, they themselves have become the murderer. They have become the serial unaliver. They have stooped to that level where they're not being humane, right? You're taking the life of another. And that is exactly why I'm never for the death penalty. And I think the most interesting part about the people who support the death penalty they are Christians. They are the Republicans. Those are the ones who are pro-death penalty. Because at my school, which is a Christian school, I've always talked to people about this. Like my AP government teacher and I had a debate mid-class about this, because he is Republican. He's hardcore Christian, and he was trying to explain to me why Christians are in support of the death penalty, and I'm like, you like make it make sense. You're stooping to that level, and Christianity should never be for the death penalty.
Also, Dan, I do want to bring one thing to you as well, right? So if we don't, so the thing with the unaliving penalty that would make it us no better than a Trump supporter, right? We can only take away so many of those fees that make it $1 million on average, because in order to get to that case, it would be part of due process, right? The pretrial, right, you would have to have the lawyers, expert witnesses, and all these other things, and the duration and higher cost of the actual trial. All that is technically within the realms of due process, which is why it costs so damn much. So if we just say take away all of that, we're no better than a Trump supporter is, because that is a form of domestic due process.
I get that. The reason I asked was not because I'm for the death penalty. It's more that I don't like the argument that it's, it's so expensive. While that argument is probably going to work more on a conservative, I think the reason I'm against the death penalty is for more of what Rio was saying.
Yeah. I'm not for it, though. I was just saying that's why it costs so much. Yeah.
It's just so inhumane, the process of doing it.
Real quick, my only thing about this is no one man should have all that power.
I
If
agree.
you have the power to take someone's life just because there just shouldn't be like executionists. They're like that just shouldn't be, and it goes against almost every faith in this country. So I don't understand how anybody would be okay with it. That's all I wanted to say. I love y'all.
Love you too.
Love you, mermaid.
Well, I mean, it's going to be really hard to find a topic to debate about, because, like, I think we agree on the same thing.
Well, no, I think it's nice to just hash out like the logic behind certain positions.
Do you guys know about the situation between India and Pakistan? Because a lot of creators aren't covering a lot of the issues. Chris and I were just talking about this.
Yeah, go run us through it. Let's go.
Yeah, so essentially what happened was in April 22nd, for those of you who don't know, because this isn't getting a lot of coverage. In April
Wait, Ria, real quick, I want to see if Tic Tac wanted to talk about the death penalty, because if not, then I'll just move on. Tic Tac,
we can move on. It's
okay.
all right.
All right, cool.
Hey, Tic Tac, how are you, bro?
What's up?
So basically what happened was April 22nd, in this huge land of Kashmir, which has been long argued between India and Pakistan. They have been constantly fighting over it, multiple wars about it for decades. What happened was a group of Pakistani citizens or people who were in Pakistan, a militant group, they came to Kashmir, the Indian owned aspect of it. They had AK-47s and a bunch of weapons and asked, are you Hindu or are you Muslim? They divided the Hindu and Muslims, and then they killed over 20 of the innocent Hindus and basically said, this is a message to Modi, like this is a message to the prime minister. And that was essentially a terrorist attack that was during a tourist, like at a tourist area. And that is pretty much what launched this current thing about it. And so what happened was India then retaliated to Pakistan's government because they believe that Pakistan's government is behind the attack, even though nothing has been confirmed. The reasoning why they believe Pakistan is behind this is because if you go all the way back to the 2007 attacks that happened in India, Pakistan had originally claimed they had nothing to do with it, and India was blaming Pakistan for it. But they did find out that the Pakistani government trained and funded the terrorists who attacked India. So there's a long history of Pakistan sending in terrorist groups to India and then claiming zero responsibility. So that's why they 100% believed that the Pakistani government was behind it. And so they started attacking Pakistan's missiles and defense systems. And that essentially launched what's happening right now. And then just recently a ceasefire was announced, but it's on very risky ground. And it might not last long because both countries that are involved with this have been fighting on this for decades, and I really don't think it's going to stop just now.
So you're saying we have no confirmation that the terrorist attack was by the Pakistani government, but India is operating as if it is.
Yes, and they do have like previous events that have led them to this sort of conclusion where Pakistan has done that before. And yeah, I think Kanan, yeah.
Hi, welcome up.
He's an expert on this topic too. He's one of my mutuals.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, so Ria, the issue is like this has happened before, and every time this happens, Pakistan is like, hey, listen, we have no affiliation, we have like nothing to do with this. And then India just acts on like the notion that they do have something to do with it, and then they just attack Pakistan. And that's just a problem. And I was telling you earlier in the other live, when it comes to Modi, he is understood to be a far right wing politician. This is how he functions. His party, the Hindutva, is a far right wing party. And if we know anything about far right wing, it's never right. And he's best friends with Netanyahu. FYI, they like love each other. He sends a lot of boom booms to Netanyahu.
Now that all that makes sense, now Israel's roped into this somehow.
All adding up.
Yeah, that is true. But the reason I'm not 100% like why is India doing this without any basis is just because there have been previous events where the Pakistani government has funded, has trained these terrorists to come into India and then do bombings, then claim that they had nothing to do with it. And then years later, evidence is found that they in fact had a huge part of it.
Hey guys, watch your language on the live, by the way, please.
Sorry.
Thank you, Chris.
So Ria, I'm gonna push back a little bit, and I got love for you, but I'm gonna have to push back on that just for the fact that when it comes to Pakistan, they never actually take like responsibility for it. They say we have nothing to do with this, and they try to act diplomatically. And it almost seems to me as if them acting on that little event right there and trying to escalate situations to the level of blocking the Indus River, which is 80% of Pakistan's water, is just insane. It's literally using the same tactics Israel uses. Like they violated the Indus Water Treaty by blocking off most of the water Pakistan needs. And then China stops trading with India. Then India goes ahead and starts striking Pakistan over this thing that happened in Kashmir that they're saying they didn't do. What the fuck? You see what I'm saying? Like the way that they function is just, it's not okay. It's very aggressive. And then Pakistan basically put them in the blender. They destroyed like 3 of their jets like not too long ago. It was like a couple of days ago. And they boomed like military base in Gujarat completely. And now they're like, okay, ceasefire. you know. And I want a ceasefire. I don't want to see like two nuclear powers go to war over some bullshit, especially not because fucking Modi is in power. And if you want to talk more about what he does in India and why people hate him, we can get into it. But yeah.
Yeah,
No, I actually talked to my dad about that last night. Here, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I pulled up an article from Al Jazeera with a brief history of the conflict because I know that prior to this live, I barely know anything about that other than I know Kashmir is a contested area, and I know their tensions have been hot for decades. But other than that, and I know they're both nuclear powers, but other than that, I don't know anything. So if chat wants to, we can just read the article together.
We can, yeah, and
Yeah, go ahead.
and then I can like tell you a little bit of what I know about that whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah, let me pull it up right now. Second. Because this, I feel like could end up.
Biased.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean
There
to
are
talk
a few people in the chat saying I'm biased. I think I kind of have to be. I am Indian. My parents are Indian. My grandparents and my entire extended family all live in India right now. So for those who are saying I'm biased, yeah, I pretty much am because, I mean, I'm Indian, right?
And that's okay. That's fine, you know? Like, it's just, it's important to like discuss these things because then like we tend to like exchange information and get to be a little bit more aware.
Yeah, 100%.
India and Pakistan are locked in a rapidly escalating military exchange. Tell me, can TikTokers, can you guys see the words or too small?
We can see it.
Okay, cool. India and Pakistan are locked in a rapidly escalating military exchange that threatens to explode into a full-fledged war, triggered by the attack on tourists in India administered Kashmir on April 22nd, in which 26 civilians were unalived, but rooted in decades-old hostilities. On May 7th, which was 3 days ago, India launched a wave of missiles into Pakistan, and Pakistan administered Kashmir, striking at least 6 cities and unaliving at least 31 people. Okay, so there are parts of Kashmir that are ran by India and parts that are ran by Pakistan. Am I?
Yes. They have a Pakistan-controlled region, an Indian-controlled region, and both. And then there's like the borders that are constantly fighting, like 24/7.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So like the Jammu and the Kashmir area, that's India, and then there's the Pakistani area. But both are predominantly Muslim in terms of population. Kashmir, for the most part of history, wanted its own independence from both Pakistan and India. Historically, it has been, and to this day, a Muslim majority region, but it was ruled by an Indian Maharaja. So the ruler was a Hindu, and the population was Muslim. And so when the partition came and everything, you know, the Muslims predominantly, they were like, okay, we're not sure. The ruler's Indian. The ruler said, okay, I want my independence. But then Pakistan basically came in and tried to sweep and take the region because it's Muslim majority. And then the Maharaja said, no, we'll try to join India. And then basically what happened is they decided to split it. And after splitting it, they said, this is for Pakistan, this is for India. And there's a constitution. I forgot the exact number in the article. I can pull it up for you. But basically, it gives Kashmir in India its own autonomy. But Modi, the new leader of India, he removed that. He revoked that. And it's in the constitution. And that's why people also don't like him, is because he's like Trump. He wipes his ass with the constitution. You see what I'm saying?
Which is interesting because my entire I was telling Kanan about this. My entire family loves Modi.
So this is interesting. This is a little interesting for me too, because so my family, most of them grew up in Syria, and a lot of them really like Assad. Even though, like, from the outside looking in, Assad is not it. So I think it just really depends on, you know, which group is being persecuted at any given time, or whether your family would be for or against the person that comes in. So okay.
So before we get back into the deep heated debate, can we go back and forth between what's going on with Trump and Israel and in between I believe these are the two things that have been getting a lot of heat over the past few days.
What do you mean?
Yeah, Trump with
Really?
so the thing about Trump said that he's supposedly cutting ties with Israel, but that's BS, right?
I did not hear about this.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
it was.
he's putting up a front that he's cutting ties with Netanyahu.
Yep.
But the problem with that statement, though, is twofold. Number one, he hasn't once said anything to Congress since he said that, listing things like APEC, which takes a lot of our tax money, as a foreign entity, which will quite literally have us cut ties with it. The $46 billion for the defense budget has already been allocated, which means Israel's going to get more money. And Trump has not denounced Israel's plan to go seize Gaza. So he just said this just to save face, but he's not cutting ties with Israel. There's no evidence of that. He said that recently.
And a diplomatic source from the Saudi government basically said that he's planning on recognizing a Palestinian state. This was yesterday.
So here's what I don't that's a contradictory statement too. Here's what I don't understand. Trump wants to recognize Palestine as a state, but won't condemn Israel's impending plan to go seize Gaza. I don't see how this makes sense.
It's bullshit. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's the weirdest twist of events, and none of it makes sense.
Didn't he just cut a deal with Caterpillar to send a bunch of bulldozers over there?
Yeah, and what are they going to do with the bulldozers? They're going to do like they did in the second Intifada, probably continue just destroying the whole city of Gaza even more than it is already. So yeah, he's saying that we're cutting ties, but he's not cutting ties at the same time.
Yeah, so what I'm seeing is that he made a truce with the Houthis, and so Israel is saying that they're going to defend themselves alone.
So let me go ahead and debunk that real quick.
Okay.
He said, yeah, because Trump's doing a lot of lying over the past few days. He met with Mark.
Lying?
Yeah, so he met with Mark Carney just 2 or 3 days ago and told them that the Houthis surrendered to the U.S. The Houthi general said they never had that conversation. Also, UN envoy Mark Bronsberg said that the U.S. and the Houthis never got together and talked about this, and even Israel said that they never had a conversation. So Trump said that on Truth Social, and even his Secretary of Defense said that they're just looking to de-escalate. There's been no talks of any truce or anything like that. So he went up to Canada and just lied in front of everybody because they're still doing strikes on Israeli ships right now.
I see.
Yeah.
It's more than likely probably just the Saudis talking because they like to pretend like they're like the big brother of the Arab world, you know what I mean? But they're just in bed with the US and the other Western hegemony basically. And so it's now that they can do their nuclear program without needing to normalize with Israel, they're probably just adding on to it. They're probably just talking. They're trying to just big brother. I doubt this is gonna happen, honestly. If this happens, this is huge, and it just doesn't make any sense. I'm not getting my hopes up, bro. I'm Palestinian, and I'm not getting my hopes up.
Let's keep reading this article.
Yeah.
So since then, 31 people were unalived by the strike from India. Since then, Indian drones have hit major Pakistani cities and military installations, and India has accused Pakistan to launching a barrage of missiles and drones at its cities and military facilities. Alongside the missiles and drones, the nuclear-armed neighbors have also traded allegations and denials. India says its May 7th missiles only struck terrorist infrastructure, quote-unquote, while Pakistan insists civilians were unalived. Pakistan denies that it launched missiles or drones towards India, and both claim to be victims of the other's aggression. Fucking scary.
Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah.
Yet the origins of this latest crisis between India and Pakistan go back to their very formation as sovereign nation states in their current form. Here's a recap of the state of near constant tensions between the South Asian neighbors. 1940s to 1950s. Tale of two countries. The Indian subcontinent was a British colony from 1858 until 1947, when British colonial rule finally ended, splitting the subcontinent into two countries. It always boggles my mind how young a lot of these countries are.
Yeah.
In terms of their current iteration.
Yeah.
The Muslim majority Pakistan gained its independence on August 14th that year as a non-contiguous and culturally distant zones, West Pakistan and East Pakistan. The Hindu majority, but secular India gained its independence on August 15th, 1947. So the very next day. The partition was far from smooth, causing one of the largest and bloodiest human migrations ever seen, displacing about 15 million people. The process also sparked horrific communal violence and riots between Muslims, Hindus, and Sikhs across the region, in which between 200,000 and 2 million people were unalive. Jesus Christ. Border disputes and separatist movements sprang up in the aftermath.
Actually, just talking a little bit about that. My mom, who was born in the 1975, she actually had lived through some of the fighting that happened with Sikhs. Her and her family were very nearby to that, and there were times where she had to hide in markets, and her dad was trying to get grocery, and like she had to sleep with like a sharp tool under her bed. Like she lived very, very close to a lot of the inner fighting that was happening with Sikhs.
Let me bring up Boomer sooner. I know they wanted to come up. Hi, welcome up.
Hi, Dan.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. So I'm an Indian from mainland India, not from Kashmir, but I just wanted to add my perspective real quick.
Okay.
And I do hear an echo. So is there anything I can do to fix it?
You know what? I think I just have to mute my mic because sometimes I don't know why guests can get the reverb from my mic. So.
Okay, got it. All right. So unfortunately, in this case, and I'm gonna probably get into trouble for even saying this, but India is definitely the aggressor in this case, 100%. We have absolutely no proof that the tea attack that happened in April was sponsored by Pakistan. And I'm saying this as the kid of somebody who served in the armed forces. So my dad served in the armed forces for over 30 years. And again, my parents, most of their friends, they all agree. Unfortunately, what has happened in India is that the media is bought out by two billionaires, essentially, Ambani and Adani.
Oh,
And
yeah,
they're
that's true.
yeah, sorry, may I finish, please? So
Oh, yes.
I don't lose my chain of thought. Sorry, Ria. And they basically control all of the media, right? And another thing that's happened is that if there's any independent media, right? So like Wire or Maktub Media or anything like that, the Indian government is actively banning these accounts and making their social media accounts like basically not accessible in India. So a lot of times when my friends back home, they want to access this news, I literally have to take screenshots and send it to them because they cannot access it on Instagram. TikTok is banned and all of that jazz, right? And believe it or not, while the operation was happening, it's called Operation Sindoor, where Indian government was attacking, or Indian army was attacking Pakistan. While that was happening, one of those two billionaires, their company was trying to trademark the name of the operation so they could then produce Bollywood movies about it.
Yeah, I actually heard about that.
Yeah, so that's where we are at as a country. This whole thing is a propaganda. They're just trying again, like they're just following the Israeli playbook, like basically what happens is anybody who speaks up against the Indian government, especially the Muslims, especially the Dalit people, the Adivasi people, who are basically the lowest, for lack of a better term, right? Like the lowest people in the caste system, whenever they speak up, their homes are bulldozed. It's something that happens every single day. The lynching of Muslim people and Dalit people happens every single day in India. And there are very few like news media that actually talks about it. But unfortunately, it's all banned in India. Nobody can talk about, nobody actually has access to this information. Since like 2020, the Modi government has actually stopped the whole statistics or like collecting statistics that like basically breaks down violence against the caste-based minorities. So then like nobody can actually see that information. But prior to that, the people from the low caste, I hate for even using that terminology, but from the Dalit and Adivasi caste, they were more likely, or 3 to 5 times more likely, to get unalived and essayed compared to the other compared to the other Indians. So like the things are really grim unless you are like an upper caste Hindu in India right now. Things are like absolutely horrible, and everything that they're doing right now is just to win like the upcoming elections in 2 states, and that's all there is. There is like nothing's happened. Pakistan didn't do anything. I know we've have like long standing beef with them, and like the tensions are high, but this is just literally Modi government's like MO. This is what they do from time to time. This is nothing new for them, and I just wanted to put that out there. And I'm so sorry for the people of Kashmir, and like we've been occupying them since like the independence. We promised to give them like a vote to see if they want autonomy, but we have like gone back on it multiple times, and people that are occupied will eventually resist, and that's exactly what happened. So I mean, people like, unfortunately, like innocent people did die, but when you occupy a land, that's what happens, and that's what I wanted to say.
hold- I did have a question for people that are more knowledgeable on this. So if India is following Israel's playbook, the big difference here is that Palestine is defenseless, whereas Pakistan is a nuclear power. So I don't understand why they would be doing this.
Well, it's
Can I just take one
yeah,
minute
absolutely.
to
Go
answer
ahead.
this? Okay. So when I say they're following Israel's playbook, it's like twofold. So the first thing that they're doing is occupying Kashmir, right? So if you just look into this, there have been times when the Indian government takes away their internet for 11 to 18 months at a time. They have no access to internet. They take away their right to, like, they have frequent curfews. So they're literally living under, like, I don't know, like a siege almost. And it's horrible. And in media, they want to show that tourism is now open, everybody can go there, things like that.
Yeah.
But they constantly objectify, sexualize Kashmiri women. So that is one piece of it. And the second thing is they do this to all of the other minorities in India. Like I said, like what I mentioned about the lynching, the essays, the bulldozing of the homes, that's just one piece of it. um if you live in India, and if you're like a Muslim or a Dalit person or a Christian, oftentimes you will not, like, it's exponentially difficult for you to find a home to rent unless it's like in a ghetto, for lack of a better term. And they keep doing that. Like, people are openly, like, casteist, they're openly racist, they're openly Islamophobic. And like the liberals are absolutely the worst people, because they just defend their families, and they're like, oh, they're a product of their time and things like that. So they are basically doing this to their very own people, and the moment you speak up about it, they ask you to go to Afghanistan or go to like Pakistan or something like that. And the worst thing was the stuff that we faced during COVID. That was just straight up horrible. And then again, they suppressed all of the information in news media. And I believe Kenan wanted to talk about the Pakistan piece.
Yeah, real quick before Kanan does get into it. So what I've been showing you guys, so I was part of this thing, Global Leadership Institute course in my school, and what I had to do was a senior capstone research project, and my research project was in poverty in India, specifically the caste system, and how the Dalits and the untouchables in the caste system have experienced generational trauma and generational, slavery because of the caste system. And so a lot of what you are saying, I had a lot of research with, and how even to this day they have the lowest amount of education, even in just primary education or literate education. They are the poorest castes, they are the poorest religion, in all of India. They still are in bondage labor trying to pay off their grandparents' debt. It's just generational trauma that still to this day is continuing in India and is affecting over 200 million Indians. And that's why India has such a high poverty level despite its growing economy. And I just wanted to add my 2 cents just because I had like this whole year-long project on it.
Yeah, man. So after August 2019, Modi's government, which I want you guys to search this up. It's a term called Hindutva, okay, and it's something that the BJP government, which is his, pushes. It's literally stands for a form of Hindu nationalism. To look at Hinduism not like a religion, but like an ethnicity, right? Yes, you heard
Which
that
is
right.
insane.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
So it's
insane.
basically Zionism, right?
Yeah,
It's
basically
basically
2.0.
so.
This is what I'm
Okay,
telling you,
there
bro.
we go. Got
There's
it.
literally a video last week of Modi in Palestine with Netanyahu holding hands on the beach. I'm telling you, bro. He's taking a page out of Netanyahu's book. So, Article 37 of the Indian Constitution, he's completely revoked it. And it's what was a promise, a special autonomy to the state of Jammu and Kashmir, the J&K. Okay? And there is a revocation of Article 370 to have its own constitution, flag, and autonomy over internal laws, right? This is very controversial because they were promised their autonomy, and they wanted their autonomy, but then they actually wanted at some points to join Pakistan because they're like, okay, we're a Muslim majority. But then historically, they've been ruled by a Hindu Maharaja, and like India had control of certain parts of Kashmir. So they're like, okay, let's just have our autonomy. And now he's pulling it away. The whole idea that India is a Hindu, ethnic group, it's bullshit. India is a, and I don't want to say this, I don't want to sound controversial, but a lot of these states, they're British, carved artificial states. India is made up of 2,000 different ethnic groups, right? You have the Indo-Aryans, right? You have the Dravidians, you have the Tibeto-Burmans, you have the Austroasiatic, you have the Sindhis, the Parsis. You have so many different types of people. 75% are Hindu, but you have Islam, which is 15%, Christianity, another like 3, you have Sikhs, you have Buddhists, right? So the idea that they're trying to push there, it's bullshit, right? It's Zionism 2.0.
And I want to make it clear this is not what a majority of Hindus believe.
Absolutely.
This is Modi and his government. The very foundational aspect of Hinduism is that we do not enforce anything. We don't try to convert people. We are a religion that is basically it's more of a spirituality, but our religion is focused on ourselves and not trying to convert anybody or pressure anyone into converting or create this Hindutva that he's talking about. This is just what the government is advocating for, which majority of people do not agree with.
Absolutely. So, Boomer, thank you for your your well thought out input on this. A lot of people share their perspective, right? A lot of people share this perspective that Boomer was speaking earlier, including an overwhelming amount of Hindus that I meet, whether straight from India or here, especially the minorities, right? The people from Punjab, the people in the east, northeast, the people in the very south, they all hate this guy and his government. So we know, and just like they said, Modi is the aggressor, and they aggressed on Pakistan. So,
which is true. That is definitely 100% true. And there is no current evidence that links the Pakistani government to the attacks that happened on April 22nd.
I'm sorry, but I'm gonna respectfully disagree with that. The caste system is the very foundation of Hinduism. And I say this, like, I know this is a very controversial take, and I know we have whitewashed it here in America. Like the whole Hinduism, we talk about like, like yoga and turmeric lattes and stuff like that, and we have whitewashed what Hinduism is. But I need everybody who's a Hindu to take a step back and like think about it for a second. What exactly is Hinduism without caste system? And if you think Hinduism can exist without caste system, then sure, tell me how, and I'm willing to hear it. However, like it's I believe that it's the very foundation of Hinduism.
Can I actually respond to that?
Actually, one second. I'm not done. One more thing I wanted to say was, in addition to Hindutva, another thing that the Modi government is asking for is Hindu Rashtra, which basically means a Hindu state. That's what they're asking for. And to make that happen, they're rolling out this whole thing called CAA. You should look up. You should look it up. Sorry, I can't think of what the abbreviation stands for. But they're going to eventually start asking all of the people to produce evidence of the fact that they are actually citizens of India. And as a result of that, basically a lot of people from the Northeast, the poor people, are going to be impacted, because if they don't own land, which obviously a lot of like poor people do not, a lot of Dalit people do not, a lot of like people that are oppressed do not, they'll not be able to prove their citizenship. And they will essentially be stripped out of it, because they won't have a birth certificate, right? The national identity card that we have, that's not good enough. It's not real enough for them to basically prove that they are citizens. So they're rolling this out again. It's like it's been going on since 2020. They're going to eventually do that, but there are very few people who are going to be able to do that, who are going to be able to prove their citizenship, and eventually they will strip a lot of the poor people and off of their citizenship. But yeah, go ahead, Ria.
Yeah, so I mean I fully agree that as of what the caste system turned into, it is completely disgraceful and it is disgusting. But I just want to do a little history on it, because when the caste system was introduced in Hinduism and in India, it was intended to promote harmony and create social order. That was the intent of the caste system. It was to positively maintain a balance in society, and people. It was not a rigid structure; it was a free flowing structure. So you could leave one caste and go move up or move down regarding your work and your status. It wasn't like a rigid system. However, once you started getting onto European influence and the British colonial influence, with the British colonialism, that's when the caste system was very, very harmful. It was created more rigid. It exacerbated social inequalities in India. And this was in order to take control of India. For example, Britain would manipulate Hindus and Muslims against each other, so they would not be united against Britain, but instead be divisive and be fighting each other instead of Britain. And another way that the British did this was also through the caste system. They created a very rigid structure, and it became into the harms that it was pronounced that we now have. So
Again, I respectfully disagree, only because I believe that if you're born into something, like if you're born as an untouchable, right? And if a religion is preaching that you're untouchable at birth, that to me is problematic, right? There is nothing you can say to define that. And then the fact that you have to earn points, like earn social capital, earn money to like then somehow climb this ladder. However, somebody can be born into like the uppermost the caste system. Like the whole thing is problematic. Like, again, you can like twist this, you can turn this. Yes, colonization is a problem. The British rule in India was absolutely problematic. I'm not going to disagree with anything that you're saying. However, just saying that, oh, a child that was born into the lowermost caste and was deemed untouchable at birth, like just think about what you're saying for a second.
no, I understand. It is bad. I'm just saying, in its origin, it wasn't to the extent that it is today.
Well, also, I mean, honestly though, I've read your guys' Gita before, and I would love to take a crack at this. But since I don't have any ties to the area, because I've actually read this in chapter 4, verse 13, and chapter 18, verse 41. I've actually got a physical copy here. I see a little bit of both of your guys'
Yeah, they're
arguments.
both right. Exactly.
Yeah. So this is why you guys are both right, and this is why Western imperialism sucks, right?
Yeah.
So there's no historical evidence, right? So what? Okay. So what Rhea said, and then I'm gonna say what was right about what Boomer said, right? So Varna versus caste, right? That's quite literally has been the differential, right? And Gita 413 and Gita 1841 both say these things, right? What that never accounted for is what the British did with like the East India Trading Company. They right through setting up their puppet governments. Britain used to do this tactic where they would set up shop in India, leave, right, intentionally let it destabilize, come back and say, oh, they needed Western imperialism because they wouldn't be able to function without us. Now, that kind of made, when you fuse the caste system with Western imperialism and like this hyper capitalism, so before colonization, you could make an argument that the caste system worked pretty well, right? But from Britain on, I don't think so. That's why you guys are both right at the same time. The symmetry breaker is it's not working very well because of what Britain did and the subsequent years afterwards. I think that's where we're getting hemmed up at.
Yeah, Chris, I totally agree. Like it basically, birth-based elements emerged in the Vedic, like later Vedic period, somewhere around that age. It was from 1000 to like 600 BC. The Manusmriti, like that text specifically. Later on in the Gupta empires, from the 4th to 6th century, the caste becomes a thing, right? So things like Gupta rulers, the Jati, which are like the subcastes and everything. And then medieval period, caste and feudalism basically accelerates this much stronger, especially with new empires like the Mughals and these people, like Islamic rulers specifically coming in. So you had like people like the Bakhti Saints, and then you had British colonial rule come in and basically codifying it in the census and making it rigid for like administrative control, right? They had a lot of divide and rule policies that favored Brahmins in jobs. So even though there was a caste, it was somewhat working for them based off, you know, their history, their region, their adaptation to their society over thousands of years or hundreds of years. The British did definitely make it worse by introducing a little bit of a feudalism aspect to it, even though it already had a little bit of a feudal essence by nature. The modern era now, it's just kind of socially persistent, even though the Indian constitution like bans the caste discrimination and they have some type of an affirmative action, you kind of still see it socially be implemented on basically every every part of society.
Yeah, I actually talk a lot about that. And you know what, Kanan, I'm actually, is it okay if I send you a link towards my capstone research project? I would love to get your
Sure.
insights on this.
Absolutely, sure.
So, because mine's like 13, it's like 15 pages. It's getting like published somewhere. I don't know, my school is doing something with it, but
Harvard University. I'm gonna take a quick commercial break and finish because this is a great convo. I'm just gonna swing it back to the Houthis real quick before I forget. So, Donald Trump lied, as I said, about the Houthis. In fact, Mohammed bin Al Salam actually said something interesting because there was two major military operations leading from middle of March to today, right? Operation Rough Rider and Aisa oil refinery. So the literal Houthis came out right after Trump said what they said, and they said the American position has changed, ours hasn't. And they just shut the door on them. So basically they said Trump lied about us. Our stance hasn't changed, your guys has. So he went up to Mark Carney and pretty much lied to the whole world and said, oh, I got this under control. The Houthis surrendered to us, and that's the story of that.
Wait, let me get this right. Are you telling me Donald Trump lied?
Yeah. So I'm just telling you why the implications. So I'm just telling you why the implications of this is a little bit more high stakes than usual, right? Because now this inflames things with Iran because they're trying to do a nuclear deal with Iran, and Iran is getting flustered by the Houthis as well, and then they found out that Trump lied as well. Right, because some of their Iranian shipping goes through the same channels that.
Who's trying to do a nuclear deal with Iran?
The United States is because Do you know
We
why,
had
though?
one of those. I don't know if y'all
Yeah,
remember.
yeah, exactly. And between that 7 years, Dr. Galisa from the United Nations was able to confirm that for those 7 years they were building up 20 to 60 times the amount of nuclear material. So now they have the stuff. Also, we're trying to patch things up with Saudi Arabia. We're trying to get a nuclear deal with them right now because they have nuclear material, but they're following the same script with Iran because they're saying we want to use it for energy purposes, but Iran's saying that, but they're doing the other things. So you have Trump lying about the Houthis, not doing well with Iran, trying to patch things up with Saudi Arabia, and then him going up to Canada and saying we just fixed it all and without any lying about it. So that's what's kind of going on Trump's side of the world right now.
Just to say, regarding our conversation that we are having regarding India and Indian Pakistan and caste system, I just want to make it clear, like, I, on all bases, do not know everything. I am literally 18. I'm learning, and I've learned so much just from this panel and things that I didn't know because I only see one side of the case. So I am learning a lot more about the caste system in India and Pakistan. But like, I don't know a lot of it, and I am definitely trying to learn. And so this is very beneficial.
Ria, that's why in the other live I said, Pakistan Zindabad, So I said, when I grow up, I want to be pilot,
Dude, leave me alone.
Then we got things with I think I already talked about beat Israel and Palestine with the kind of beat it down real good. Trump's lying about wanting to cut ties, dog and pony show. Israel's trying to seize Gaza via military cordon, things like that. So
fun.
Also, before I sign off, Ria, if I can make a suggestion, I want you to look up like social mobility in the Indian caste system and like the literature that you find on it, right? So like, don't go off of things that you see from Hindu organizations, but like look at like Human Rights Watch or like more neutral sources, and then just look at the social mobility and if it's actually possible.
Okay, yeah, I'll definitely look into that. I'm learning a lot more than I knew. And as a Hindu, this is very important to me in learning the basis of my religion and its effect that it had on other people. So
wow, we got all the religions up here. We got a Christian, we got a Hindu, we got a Muslim. This is what Trump doesn't want you guys to see. I'm just saying. This is what Trump doesn't want you to
He
see.
somehow is uniting everybody, right?
Yeah.
In
Yeah,
our
because like
dislike
we
of
gotta
him.
do something. Be like, we gotta do something about this orange lunatic before it's too late.
Can I just say, I have so much respect for an 18-year-old that is getting this involved in politics, getting this knowledgeable about these issues so early. Like, I wish I used my 18-year-old brain for stuff like this. And I think, if we could just get some W's in chat, that's all I'm trying to say.
thank you.
W Ria.
Thank you. And if anyone really liked what they were hearing, please follow me. I'm planning on going live starting lives, hosting them after next week as soon as I'm done with my AP exams. So definitely follow me if you enjoy what you were learning or what you were hearing from me. So thank you all.
That's the next generation, guys. We gotta support that. And I think the last base I didn't cover. Did you guys know that China's involved in the Middle East because of Donald Trump? So let me go ahead and run that by you real quick. Then I don't think I covered all the bases. So People's Republic of China, right, has been more involved in the Middle East since Trump first announced his plans for Gaza. They actually have a huge humanitarian budget. And they've actually been doing, not backdoor stuff. They've been going to countries in Africa and kind of like resolving the labor practices down there, including trying to get involved in Congo, where Israel's doing the Blood Diamond campaign. Donald Trump, as soon as he announced his first plan for Gaza, they quite literally published a memo that said Gaza belongs to the Palestinian people and is an inseparable part of Palestinian territory, and we advocate for a two-state solution. A few weeks later, right, all the Middle Eastern countries come together in Cairo and announce a $54 billion plan to rebuild Gaza. Trump's an idiot, and he encourages Israel to reject it. That would have quite literally solved the whole issue and ended the war. Donald Trump for doing that, by the way. And
what was his reasoning?
He never gave a reason. He just told him to reject. I was looking for the reason, but it looked good to me because he was originally trying to take our tax money and make it the Riviera. So now, right, Trump is obviously co-signing on Israel's plan to just seize it now. No more Riviera. And Beijing is pretty much on standby until the other Middle Eastern countries are going to come to them because now they got their full support. Even with Saudi Arabia co-signing, China co-signing Saudi Arabia's 2030. So we're going to see China now has an excuse to creep in the Middle East because of Donald Trump's an idiot. So they're getting heavily involved right now.
Yeah, man. China's been getting more involved in the Middle East because of the U.S. fumbling.
Yeah.
This is not new, but it keeps getting more and more and more, worse for the United States. And at some point, I don't know when people are going to realize this, but at the moment, 50% of China's imports are coming from the Gulf. So they're
Yeah, I
buying
agree.
more, right? They're weakening NATO, and they're making better partnerships with the Middle East.
And we do 60, and this is what a lot of Americans don't pick up on. We do $60 billion of trade in the Middle East annually. What's China doing right now? They're sneaking into Saudi Arabia, be like, hey, we endorse your 2030 plan, right? We're teaching more of our history in your schools. Same thing with Yemen and Oman. Be like, hey, those contracts, those free trade agreements that you had with the U.S. Well, we're on board with the two-state solution. Why don't you just slide that oil and tech to us instead? Like, it's starting to happen very, very backdoor type of thing. But it's all because Trump is not trying to end this war or advocate for a two-state solution. If he tried to do that from the start, instead of him even threatening to annex Gaza is what got China on their high horse. That's why words have meaning. So clearly he's not trying to do it now, but the damage is done now because now all the other countries ran to China and be like, oh crap, we're scared. Can you help us? Yeah.
It's already one of the top buyers of Saudi oil. 18% of its of its oil imports, and it's going to be the top buyer. There's also a petro yuan deal. Saudi may fully price oil in the yuan, which is insane, right? You say buy to the petrodollar. And then they're also investing in a lot of solar and hydrogen products, AI and smart cities. What do you call it? By 2030, China is going to help Saudi's first nuclear reactor now. And they're sending them drone and missile tech. And it's a lot.
And the future of innovations in the United Arab Emirates, which was one of the people that signed the Abraham Accords. Well, what's China doing right now, right? Telling them that they're going to help Palestine, and what's the UAE doing right now? They're weighing if they want to give some of our technology free trade agreements to China and not the United, which would also render the already useless Abraham Accords even more useless.
Yep, basically.
Boomer Sooner, did you want to sign off or anything, or
I think you can drop me. I think I said everything I had to. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming up. I really appreciate you.
Of course, thank you.
But by the way, Dan, you're Syrian, Suri?
Yes. My dad grew up in Lebanon, but my parents are from Syria, and then I think their grandparents are from Turkey. But yeah, my family is Syrian Orthodox, actually.
Oh, nice. Aleppo, I'm assuming, right?
By the way,
I think I think so.
Yeah. You said Syrian Orthodox. I'm like, okay, Aleppo.
guys, let's get
You probably
W
know more
Boomer
about
in
it than
the
I do,
chat.
honestly.
W Boomer in the chat. I honestly learned a lot from her, and I think we all did. So
Yeah, W Boomer.
yeah, W Boomer.
Damn, I thought you were Puerto Rican. I do get Puerto Rican sometimes.
Holy fuck.
I get Greek. I get Italian. But no, I am Levantine.
I literally thought he was Italian when I met him, guys. So I was off.
I thought he's Puerto Rican. When you said Syrian, I was like, "There's no way." But then
I don't
the
see
name.
that. How do you
the
guys
name-
see Italian?
Because I'm just an idiot. That's why.
I see Middle Eastern.
Italians look very Middle Eastern. A lot of them,
I mean,
actually.
Yeah, I would say so.
Like the exaggerated features.
Yeah.
I don't
No,
know.
a lot of Italians, not even specifically Sicilian, but in general, Greeks and Italians pass for Palestinian and Lebanese and Syrian.
Oh,
Specifically.
geez. Kanan, you see the most recent news headline on the UN. Syria's foreign minister wants to strengthen relations with China. It's happening in real time, guys. It's happening in real time.
Yep.
Hey,
Oof.
Falcon.
Hello. As soon as you let me up, my child started acting a fool. But hello. 1 second.
I'm Puerto Rican and everyone thinks I'm Middle Eastern or Indian. And I guess that's how it goes sometimes.
Listen, man, Latinos and Middle Easterns have this like weird little overlap. I know so many Middle Easterns that look Latino, and I know so many Latinos that look Middle Eastern.
Same with
Like,
Indians. I have a lot of like Indian friends who are like, "Are you guys like Latina? Are you guys Hispanic?" I'm like, "No, we're Indian."
yeah. No, it's true. It's true.
What's funny is I went to school like my first 2 years of college. I went to community college in Paterson, New Jersey, which has like a really big Arab American population and a Puerto Rican population. So no one really knew.
Somebody said Middle Eastern Hispanic food is on top. Yes, absolutely.
Oh, Indian food on top. Are you kidding me?
And I just have to let you guys know that the best barbecue's not in Texas, but it's located in Argentina.
Y'all, Indian food on top. Have you
That's-
tried butter chicken?
Yeah, it's too
Ria,
spicy.
Ria,
No, it's
nah.
not.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie. I love Indian food, man. It's amazing.
Exactly. Thank you.
So
I gotta vouch for it.
I didn't used to, but what's it called? The one made with ground cashews. What's that called? Chicken korma. Chicken korma.
Yeah.
Get it
My mom
spicy.
makes that.
You get either the butter naan or the Peshwari naan. Oh my god.
I just had butter naan yesterday.
Bro, Dan,
Samosas won me over. Good samosas
Oh,
are like
they're fire.
W samosas.
By the way, Chris, if it really gets too spicy, have it with mango lassi or like sweet and salt lassi. Like then it'll balance out the spiciness because lassi
Okay.
is so dang good.
I want to tell you guys
This-
this funny
this-
story. Sorry, Falcon. Go ahead. You barely.
Oh, I was gonna say this might be too niche with Indian food, but there is a restaurant in Cornwall that in the UK that I cannot pronounce the name of because I
The
do
shoom?
the language. But there is it's a Cornish man and an Indian woman. They're a married couple. It's on the high street in a town in Cornwall, and it's a Cornish pasty shop is what the people in the UK calls it, but she makes it's like an Indian version of Cornish pasties. So it's kind of a fusion between British like Cornwall food and samosas, and it is some of
That
the
sounds
best
so good.
food that I've ever had. And she is the nicest lady. I really wish I could pronounce the name of that restaurant, but if you are ever in Cornwall near Land's End, and you see a pasty shop run by an Indian woman, eat there, please. I beg you. Her food is amazing.
So
Man.
my mom makes a lot of these dishes. So she makes like sambar, she makes idli, she makes pani puri, she'll make butter chicken. She can literally make any Indian dish that you can think of. And so we literally always have Indian food at our house to the point where I get so tired of it. But also Indian appetizers are so good. Pani puri, somebody said in the chat, that is literally my favorite dish. Like it's like little it's like you have a cracker thing and then you put like stuff in it and oh my god, it's so good. But yeah, South Indian food is also so good.
Yeah, pani puri I have not had.
Yes, that. Oh my god, it is my favorite.
It is really good.
Yeah.
I was gonna say you mentioned the lassi, the not the mango one, just the like plain like yogurt one.
Yeah, like
I
it's
really
like
like because that reminds me of something that like that my people drink a lot, which is what do they call it? It's like this yogurt drink. Kenan, you know what I'm talking about?
We
can just call it leban.
Leban kafir.
Yeah, leban kafir. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if tandoori is considered properly Indian, but
It
I
is.
absolutely
Yeah, it is. Oh my god, I love tandoori.
It's
too.
South Asian. A lot of like these dishes are just blanket South Asian dishes. Like you'd see a lot of overlap between them and like They even make similar things in Pakistan, right, Ria? It's like
Yeah.
a lot of the same. Yeah, it's like
Okay.
the whole region.
I have a serious question here.
Mm,
Does anyone here know what paneer is?
yeah.
Because
Cheese.
that is my
Right.
favorite dish of all
cottage
time.
cheese.
Shahi
It's
paneer
cottage cheese.
or butter paneer is my all-time favorite. Like, if you have not tried it, you have to try it. It is my favorite. Take it from an Indian, okay? If you listen to me for one thing here on this live, try a paneer dish. Paneer is so good. I just had it today.
Another, I don't know what it's called, but another dish that I've had at an Indian restaurant for breakfast was naan and poached eggs, but the eggs were poached in like tomatoes and peppers. I don't
Yes,
know.
my mom makes that all the time.
But it's so good.
It sounds amazing. Honestly, I'm way too Western sometimes because I didn't. It took me until today, well, until like 2 months ago to stop calling non-bread because I just realized
Dude,
means
just
bread.
naan,
Do
yeah.
never,
Yes.
okay, for the 300 people watching this live, do not call chai tea. Do not call non bread. When you say chai tea, you are essentially saying tea.
Chai
And when
chai.
you say non bread, you are saying bread. So
Bread
please
bread.
do not say that.
Truzo in chat, can we talk about Azerbaijani food? I'd love to. I don't know anything Azerbaijani
Listen,
food.
you're gonna trigger the Armenians now, boy. You're gonna trigger a whole other topic, bro. They're-
Oh, this is cruel and unusual punishment, Dan.
By the way, I
So
apparently have
hungry.
some Armenian in me as well, according to my brother.
you
I
you,
was
prob-
Research.
super
you probably do. You're
skeptical.
from Aleppo.
Is that works?
Because you're
skeptical
Aleppo
being
Syrian
invited.
Orthodox, and a lot of the Armenians after the Armenian genocide fled over to, like, we have the Palestinian, we have in Jerusalem the Armenian quarter, we have in Lebanon also, in Byblos a lot of Armenians, and in Aleppo a lot of them flew to those major cities in the Levant, and so especially the Christians intermingled with the Armenians.
Something that actually, this is just a side note that drove me fucking insane is that most of the people like at my church are Trump supporters. To me, because Biden was the first president in history to recognize the G side, and that's like a big thing at our church that we talk about. We don't celebrate it, but we honor it and like talk about it on a regular basis. The first U.S. president ever to recognize it, and they're still like pro-Trump. It's just mind-boggling to me.
Bro, I was talking to Chris about this. I'm like, this whole Arabs for Trump bullshit, it needs to be eradicated from the face of the
Wait,
earth.
so let's back this up real quick. Hold on. What type of church do you go to, Dan?
Well, I don't. I only go on Easter and Christmas.
Eastern Orthodox.
It's Christian Orthodox, yeah.
You know what's crazy? So I actually want you to look this document up, right? It's called the Declaration Against Christian Zionism. It was actually signed in 2006 by the Roman Catholics, the Syriac Orthodox, and the Reform. So what the problem is that most Zionists happen to be evangelical Christians because it was literally a creation in 1965 by some dude named John Hagee.
To this day.
Yeah, to this day, right? And I'm only 2 hours away from where it was founded at, which is crazy. So evangelicals happen to be the big. Now, I've very seldomly heard of what we call apostolic Christian support. Even the Pope, the last Pope and the current Pope now, both have called what Israel is criminal. So whenever I hear like a Roman Catholic or like an Orthodox endorse, like, you know, Christian Zionism or Israel, that's like a unicorn. I've never heard of that before.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's, believe it or not, there's more Christian Zionists than there are Jewish Zionists.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of Jews that are non-Zionists. So when people say Zionism is synonymous with Judaism, this is the first and biggest piece of evidence that it is nothing more than a political ideology rooted in bullshit.
Yeah.
And this administration now is using that to essentially violate people's constitutional rights. Like with Mahmoud Khalil, they're saying that any protest that's against Zionism or against the G side being perpetrated by Israel is anti-Semitic,
Which is crazy.
which is
Of course.
A bunch of
And
Jewish
then
people.
actual anti-Semites run absolutely wild.
yeah. Exactly.
I'm seeing anti-Semitism genuinely on the rise because of the things that are happening in Palestine. People are starting to say things like, oh, no wonder why you've been kicked out of 109 countries. Oh, coin clippers.
Oh,
Oh,
100%.
and
It's
all of
insane.
these things are flying on social media and in real life. And I have to remind people, like, hey, listen, like there are so many Jews that stand with us. You go to a
Yeah.
protest, there's like Jews say no to G-side movement. There's like 10 other Jewish movements, and they're all with us. You can't,
Who stormed Trump Towers after Mahmoud Khalil got detained? It was Jewish Voices for Peace. It was a 100%. But of course, the news ain't going to talk about that. It was a 100% Jewish movement, a bunch of Jewish people. So what? So what? If you break up their protest, are you anti-Semitic now? Like it's
yeah.
crazy. Yeah.
And by the
Racism?
way,
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Dan, just and this is gonna might surprise you a little bit. Um, I told Chris this. I'm Palestinian, but my great grandmother was a Jew, and she was a refugee, like a Sephardic, and she came to Palestine, and my family like took her in, like my Palestinian side. And so like I'm I tell people this. I'm like I'm a living example of when Palestine was like Jews, Christians, and Muslims, and not like an ethno-fascist state with a bunch of like nutheads running around like Ben Gavir. You know what I'm
Do you know
saying?
they don't even treat all Jews fairly in Israel?
Oh, absolutely.
The Gallup survey says that 52% of Israeli citizens think that Ethiopian Jewish people are cancer. You had that big rabbi that got in trouble 2 years ago for saying that black Jews are monkeys. You quite literally had Project Moses in the early 2000s sterilized a bunch of Ethiopian Jewish migrants coming in, causing the birth rates to lower 50%. Theodor Herzl was a self-hating Jewish person himself because he says he wanted all Arabs kicked out of the Middle East. Sephardic Jewish people happen to be Arab, and during the Nakba, right, which is just a word for catastrophe, 50,000 Jewish people got kicked out of the Middle East. And that's a big reason why we have a large Jewish population in the U.S. And I'm Argentinian. Where did all of these synagogues pop up from? Refugees from the Nakba actually went to Latin America as well.
Yeah.
I also like to point out to people that Theodore Herschel, for a while, actually tried to work with Schmittler. Schmittler's original goal when he was working with Herschel was to support the Israeli state so that he could export all of the Jews to another country.
It was called the Havara Agreement of 1933. So what a lot of people don't realize, Israel also had a little option. It's either it was going to be in Palestine, it was going to be in Uganda, or it was going to be in Argentina. And if it was in Argentina, we would have some problems because I was about to go over there. But so basically the Havara Agreement was the Zionist Federation of Germany worked with the mustache man after he got elected in 1933, and they actually they don't teach you this, guys, in Western schools. So look this up and pay attention to what I'm about to say. The Zionist Federation of Germany is responsible for 1/6 of the casualties of the H-Cost. And here's why. They got added to the SS police of the mustache man, and I'm going to read a quote from the memo. It says, "We favor the Zionist Jews over the European Jews, and we would like to strike a symbol of partnership with a coin with a swastika on the front and the Star of David on the back." Notice they don't teach you about this in Western schools. So they betrayed their own brothers, put them in chambers just to go get money to go colonize Palestine, and that's kind of the anti-Semitic roots of how Israel even started. And they will not teach you this in school in the West, I promise you.
Chris, bro, the more I talk to you, the more you actually surprise me. You actually are really fucking well informed on this shit.
Do you know? Okay, so do you know why, Vicky? Do you know why? Because Israel sends their Mossad agents, like they send ICE agents everywhere. And I'm Argentinian. They tried to overthrow my government in 1961. They funded both sides of the Guatemalan freaking civil war. They were assassinating Venezuelan freaking government officials. They were doing some sketchy stuff in Mexico, and in Panama they tried to start a ground war. To be honest, Israel has no business being in Latin America. I don't know why they were there for so long. Yeah.
It's giving
not
America.
To mention giving, not to mention giving Azerbaijan half of the weapons that they used in the Armenian to continue taking the Karabakh region and the
they
Armenian
also
genocide.
Funded both sides of Rwanda and Burundi during their apartheid. And do you know how you find out Israel does these things. The Galil rifle is only manufactured in Israel. And where was it found? Both sides in Guatemala, both sides in Rwanda and Burundi, apartheid South Africa, like all these other things. So Israel is much like the United States. We end up going to places where, and to wrap it all together, who was George Bush talking to when he was deciding to go invade Iraq? Netanyahu.
Bro,
Clean break policy. He convinced. And guys, I'm going to say a disturbing quote, but I think you guys deserve to hear this. Netanyahu said in 2008, which I think is the most disrespectful thing as an American. He said the words, "I am thankful that the Twin Towers fell because somebody could finally challenge Saddam Hussein in the Middle East." He said that in 2008. That has to be the most vile and disgusting thing because 3,000 Americans lost their lives that day.
But by the way, he also pushed the United States to want to go to war with Libya. He said Gaddafi, he said Saddam, and now he's saying Iran. And he also pushed for Afghanistan. I swear to God, I have a video of him saying each one of those countries in a conference and trying to push the United States into war with these countries. He purposely does this, and it's not only him. It's his whole cabinet, his whole crew, the whole Zionist regime. They want the U.S. to work on their behalf, essentially speaking. And in 2010, when he was recorded against like his own will, actually, he said the American public is, like he said, for lack of better words, they're slow. They will never question us. They will continue to support us, and that we need to leverage them. He said this verbatim, right? And
also, we did have those agents that were actually caught and jailed for spying on the U.S. government. What was that dude's name? What was that dude's name back in the 80s?
Which one?
Oh, there's multiple of them, but there's like a famous
Is it the one
one.
in Iraq? Or are you talking about the guy in Iraq?
Are you talking about the guy in Iraq or in Russia?
It was a Mossad agent. I'm gonna look his name up though. Hold on.
James is in the request box for a second. Wait, James, come back.
The other thing that people don't often bring up is the way that Palestinian Jews that lived in Palestine before the establishment of Israel are also mistreated.
Jonathan Pollard, spying, who was a former, check this out, Jonathan Pollard, right? This is one of the most famous cases that busted open the investigation, saying, how much does Israel spy on us? It happens to be a lot, right? This happened in the 80s going to the 90s. American former intelligence analyst who was jailed for spying on behalf of Israel. So that put a lot of doubt, right, between our government and their government even to today. Which
he was in the U.S. Navy too.
Yeah. So kind of sketchy, right? Because
they granted him citizenship.
Yeah.
You know, there's more Jews in the United States. Sorry, Falcon, I know you were speaking.
You're good.
There's more Jews in the United States than there is in Israel. And after the H cost, only 50,000 Jews out of the 13 million actually fled to the Holy Land. Most of them came from other parts of Europe, and majority of them actually went to America and just went to other places. Search this up. Look at how many from Germany went to Palestine. It's only 50,000, or around that figure.
You're telling me that all of this stemmed from 50,000?
Yep, all of that noise, H cost this and that, and this is why we need a Jewish state. Only 50,000 of them from Germany went to Palestine.
And the reason for that is because there's this Western misconception that Israel was founded because of the H cost. No, actually.
No.
There is this document in 1917 from Lord Balfour of Rothschild. Crazy that the Rothschilds play a part of this. Called the Balfour Declaration, right? So this is where Palestine kind of got betrayed. Balfour Declaration came in a little bit after, but basically the British promised, hey, Palestinians, if you fight off the Ottoman Empire with us, we will give you your own sovereign land and everything will be okay. Lord Balfour, right, comes in, Rothschild, has a Balfour Declaration, but no, this land will be a holy land for the Jewish people. And then you had nasty things that happened, like the Haifa oil refinery, and the Levant affair, and the Peels Commission in 1933 is where things really went south, because they bought 6% of the land, but then they're like, oh, we open up shop here, we're just going to start colonizing the area around.
Chris, They bought 5.67% to be precise, yeah?
Yeah, I just rounded it up. But yeah, so basically the Palestinians got betrayed by Great Britain. The same Great Britain we were actually talking about messing things up in India as well. Crazy how Great Britain's just kind of messing things up all over the place until they finally, fall one day. But yeah. British
Yeah.
Mandate of Palestine, 1917 to 1947.
And search up the Arab revolt. That's what Chris is talking about. When we, and including like our people, Malik, like all of us, Syrians, Palestinians, Lebanese,
Yeah, Christian,
Jordanians,
Jews, and Muslims were getting
Christians,
together
Jews,
to
yep,
do something
every-
about the
Ottomans.
settlers. Yeah.
Yeah, and at the end of the Ottoman era, we hated the Ottomans, right? In the beginning, the Ottomans were, wow, and they were, the way that they were going about things were very different than how they were going about things in the end. The end of the Ottoman rulership, we hated them, we despised them, and it was because they were becoming weak and they were overtaxing us, and there was a lot of mismanagement of resources. So we helped the British revolt against the Ottomans, and they promised us a state, an Arab Palestine, but they also promised the Jews a Palestine, a Jewish Palestine, basically, for lack of better words. And you can search this up by seeing Rothschild and Lord Balfour sitting, just like Chris said, together, and he bought, essentially, Palestine. He literally went to him and he said, listen, I need a state for my people in the Holy Land. And this is in 1917. And right after that, they drafted the Balfour Declaration. And before that, fucking Theodore Herzl in 1897 was out here hosting big Zionist conferences talking about, we need a land for our people. We need to go back to the Holy Land. We need to go back to Eretz Israel. So it had nothing to do with the H cost. They just use this as a talking point because it kind of helps them, right?
And yeah, man, and look, Kanan, just because I'm Western doesn't mean I don't know my history about that area as well. But I'm gonna tell you the brief history about how Argentina decided to come mix it up, with Israel. So Argentinian government made a very bad mistake. So there was an influx of Yazidis that were escaping the Nuremberg trials and forging passports to try and take shelter in Argentina. People try and lie on my country and say that we were letting them in. No, to this day in the museums you have hundreds of their forged passports, right? The system wasn't good, including Adolf Eichmann. So what does Argentina do? They call the United States. They're like, hey, can you send the CIA to come help us with this? This is getting out of control. U.S. says no, and then Argentina makes the worst mistake ever at the time. They said, oh, let's call the Mossad. They can help us. I mean, they did. They got rid of Adolf Eichmann, but then they tried to overthrow my government right after that. So, yeah, never trust the Mossad.
They were recently kicked out of Ireland for spying.
This, I feel like the more we learn, the deeper it gets.
I would also like to point out that Israel has never been a good ally to the United States. Talking about this topic can be a really touchy subject because some right-wing anti-Semites have used this to justify their hatred of actual regular Jewish people who are minding their business. But it is important, again, to make the distinguish between the actions of Israel and actual Jewish people.
Oh, 100%.
About this. But we also have to talk about the USS Liberty and how we lost, I want to say it was over 30.
37.
Yeah.
Oh, 37.
US service members were killed by Israel on the USS Liberty, and 107 of them were brutally injured when Israel destroyed the USS Liberty. And as a Navy brat, let me tell you that it is really, Israel says that it was an accident, that it happened accidentally in the fog of war. They blew up an American ship. Let me tell you.
Yeah, didn't you think it was Egyptian?
Would you say?
I think they claimed that they thought it was Egyptian, right?
Let me tell you, as someone who has been on a naval ship, that it is almost impossible to mistake the identity of a ship on a clear day in the Mediterranean with a ship flying the U.S. flag. Like, there's no way.
If I can add if I can add a layer to that too, the NSA documents came out a few years later that said the following things, right? There was a universal NATO code at the time that was for ally and region. I believe it was I believe it was like a 00 or 01 at the time. And they had declared that there's an ally in that region for 2 weeks prior. Then you get the transcripts from the commander saying, "Sir, that's an American ship. Fire anyway." The captain says yes. So yeah, they keep saying it was an accident, but when you know that ship's there for 2 weeks and your captain says, "I'm to fire anyway," I mean, yeah,
So
that's
the USS Liberty was an intel ship for the Navy, and a lot of people, including the survivors of the USS Liberty, believe that the ship was destroyed because they caught Israel with their pants down, doing something that they weren't supposed to be doing. And I cannot, for the life of me, remember the exact area that Israel was planning to attack. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. Chris might know it, but there was a place that Israel was about to attack that the USS Liberty caught them, and a lot of people sincerely believe that Israel blew them up in order to cover up the fact that that attack was imminent.
yeah. I forgot the name, but we pretty much found out that they started the 6-Day War because they did the preeminent strikes to Egypt on May 5th of 1967. But to rope it back to the U.S., Israel has a lot of impact today that other countries shouldn't have, right? They violate our First Amendments in what's called the BDS laws, anti-boycott, divestment, and sanction. In 38 different states, you can get legal action taken against you for boycotting Israel. Interestingly enough, though, there's all these cases, whenever there's been a case, it's been challenged in the district courts, and all 38 of them since 2008 have been won, right, by the civilians, right? You have various, like there was a case of a ASU professor that lost his job because he refused to sign a waiver saying that essentially you wouldn't boycott Israel even though he was teaching something about the Middle East. You have that, you have certain people that were protesting in Oklahoma, Florida, right? And all these other things. So today, that is still a violation of our First Amendment, and I am surprised, since none of these courts have been lost, I'm surprised the Supreme Court hasn't ruled against these. Trump recently tried to add a layer to it. This got rejected, H.R. 867, right? The anti-boycott BGO bill. It would have made it a $1 million fine if you're caught boycotting Israel. This recently got shut down as in a week ago, right? H.R. 867. It didn't even make the floor. So this is how kind of bad it's getting, to be honest. Woo! Getting in the weeds of it.
Y'all,
I just deeply
my brain.
fuck that guy.
I wanted to read a comment real quick from Russell. Dan, your guess opened my mind even at 74.
W.
Oh,
Can we get some W's for the panel tonight? I feel like all of us have learned a lot.
Oh,
hey guys, we're just chopping it up. We're talking about all the places that Trump is putting
all the
dirty
regions
at.
we covered: South Asia. We're covering the Middle East.
No, I'd be
Covered some
lying.
China.
I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't excited to watch a drama TikTok that just dropped. But this is a good conversation. So.
Oh no.
Also, Texas, where I lived in, right, where Governor Greg Abbott's giving $1 billion to Israel recently instead of working on, public works or education or starving people here. I just found it interesting.
Or their electrical infrastructure.
Yeah, I just found it.
I don't care about you. I just want your vote. I don't care.
Yeah, I love
interesting.
your sounds.
I would not be myself if I did not come on the panel and talk about grassroots activism that is happening in the U.S. right now.
Oh, 100%.
So if you dislike Donald Trump the way that I dislike Donald Trump, please look up MaydayMovementUSA.org. They are an organization that is running a 24/7 protest against the Trump administration, and together with Rep. Thanadar, I believe he's from Michigan. He's a Democrat from Michigan. They have introduced articles of impeachment against Donald Trump. And they originally had 5 Democrats that were signed on to the impeachment articles, but now we are down to 2 because Democratic leadership in the House said that they were not going to. We're down to 2 right now. We're pushing back, but we're down to 2. Democratic leadership in the House said that Thanadar had gone rogue by drafting articles of impeachment, and that Democratic leadership was not going to support impeaching Trump. So that sucks. But it's called MaydayMovementUSA.org for people interested in the website. And they are taking everyday Americans from across the country to DC and taking them into their congressional offices and advocating to impeach, convict, and remove Donald Trump from office. And so far, they have managed to take more than 1,000 volunteers from across the U.S. Into these congressional meetings. So that's MaydayMovementUSA.org. Also, if you want to see a free Dropkick Murphys concert, they are performing in Washington, D.C. at the D-Day protest for veterans on June 6th.
Amazing.
That's the band from the Departed movie, right?
I don't watch TV enough for that.
Okay, all right, never mind.
You know that I'm always working and live under a rock.
Yeah.
But we are planning, so Unite for Veterans, Dropkick Murphys, and 5051 Veterans is putting on a protest for D-Day. One of our big focuses right now is the military trans ban, but we have a series of 5 demands. I don't want to get into all of the paragraphs right now. But the big thing is pushing to reverse the trans ban and making sure that trans veterans have access to HRT. And so we are protesting on June 6th in your towns or in DC. But if you want to see the Dropkick Murphys live, they will be opening the rally on June 6th. And then the morning of June 6th, we will be taking every veteran protester that is attending the D-Day rally and the Mayday movement, the impeachment action center is what we have to call it now. We're calling it Camp Mayday, but the Impeachment Action Center is going to take all of those veterans through the halls of Congress to demand accountability and impeachment. So we're talking thousands of veterans in one day. We are super, super excited for it. But yeah, so we have June 6th coming up for that protest, and then the March for Integrity in DC on July 27th. So if you are feeling hopeless and like no one is opposing what's going on, there are absolutely grassroots organizations that are working really, really hard to oppose this. And I do want to say a lot of people have asked me what happens if we don't manage to impeach Donald Trump. And I do think that the Mayday movement is worthwhile, regardless of whether or not they succeeded in impeachment. Of course, I want them to. But if they don't, the other huge goal is for especially Republican Congress members to realize that enough people from their districts are willing to come all the way to DC to oppose Donald Trump in their offices, in their faces, that they think twice about falling in line when he does things that are illegal.
Oh, yeah.
So it's about maintaining that sustained pressure on these Congress members and making sure that they do not blindly follow him into that good night. So that's my spiel. I will give the panel back to the panelists, but I can't come up here and not talk about all of the work that is being done to oppose this administration.
Yeah, no, like that's good stuff. I mean, yeah, an impeachment will go a long way right now. I just want to highlight something in Texas that's absolutely brutal, right? This is an example of, influence from that spot in the Middle East, right? So this is as of the 29th, right? And then I'll plug what I was about to put on in just a second. So Greg Abbott actually threatened to pull state funding from the city of San Marcos, right? Because they decided to go place a resolution for ceasefire in Gaza, right? Forward, right? So Greg Abbott says anti-Israel policies are anti-Texas policies. Please speak for yourself, because I live in Texas. So he also said sexist law prohibits state agencies from contracting with businesses that boycott Israel, and it would warrant financial cutoff. That is insane. And then you have the city of San Marcos saying this is an outright blatant attack on our First Amendment. So this is how bad it's kind of getting, right? And there's something I kind of want to put on the screen as well, too. Anybody in the Houston area, right? I will be here on May the 15th. If you can make me big, please. Thank you. Yeah, guys, if you want to learn a little bit more about what's going on in the Middle East, we're going to have a panel. There's going to be a huge panel, then a protest, right? Sunday, May 18th, 4 p.m. If you're in the Houston area, Arab American Culture Center, come through. So I'll be, yeah, so I'll be there, guys. Let's all have a good time. And rest assured, Houston has been very fair when it comes to exercising First Amendment. It's like there hasn't been people like arrested for quite some time. So I'll be there. Yeah.
All right. And what we have up here?
Y'all,
This
this
is for
is
the
an
May Day.
amazing panel.
Yeah, we have to do this more often, honestly.
Yeah, it's good stuff. It's a lot better than
Yeah,
what
we're
certain
learning
people.
like everything. I feel like each guest has like a lot of knowledge about something specific, and like we're able to combine all of our knowledge.
Yeah, it's a lot more productive than certain panels on TikTok.
Yours.
Yeah. I mean, hey, nah, I'll be getting after it on mine at least.
Can I get some L Chris's in the comments?
Yeah, I'm getting bullied again.
I do want to say that Dan has always let me come up, even when I was a stranger, yelling about random activism stuff on TikTok, and he had no idea who I was.
Listen,
Dan has always let me come up and yell about fixing stuff.
when it became clear you were fighting the good fight, I let you know, and I hope you still know that your platform is always my platform is always open to you.
Yes. So, but we are fighting specifically. We cannot allow Republicans to sit here and think that violating the law in this administration, violating the law, is acceptable to the American people. And that's why I'm not officially a member of the May Day team. I work for another organization, but I have been going to volunteer for them in the medical tent twice a week, even though I live like 4 hours away. And I really believe in the work that they are doing. They have also been quietly, because technically this is illegal in DC, but they have quietly been offering food and medical care and mutual aid to a lot of the homeless population in downtown Washington, DC. And it's crazy that this is illegal, but they have been doing their best to do this work and also offer mutual aid to the homeless population that's around them. So they're sincerely amazing human beings doing a lot of really difficult and hard work, and getting. I mean, we've had some Congress members straight up slam office doors in their faces, and they have not given up. So they are incredible people. If you can't go, follow them on social media, donate. Everything matters. When I tell you, this is all like a self-funded endeavor. I mean, they are drinking cold instant coffee out of water bottles at camp. Like they are and trying to help homeless people around them while also struggling themselves. They use my gym membership to shower. They take turns with my gym key card to go take showers. Like these people are out there really living the fight.
Wow, that's amazing.
So, it's rough out there. So please feel confident donating. If you can donate, it's really going to food and aid for the volunteers, so their lives can be a little bit less rough.
Thank you so much for sharing that with the chat. I really do appreciate it.
Hopefully I will be able to go live from there one night. My kid has hand, foot, and mouth right now, so I'm not able to be at camp tonight. Normally I would be at camp. But hopefully I will be able to go live from camp with you sometime next week.
And I'll be live streaming on the 15th in Houston, and I got my bail money ready.
The 15th.
I got my bail
my
money
bail
ready.
money is crazy.
Okay. So that's an exaggeration, but Houston's one of those few cities where pro-Palestine rallies are actually widely accepted, and because it's purple. So I'm very thankful for that. Nothing's gone astray yet, so we're good. We're gonna have another good one. Yeah.
Yeah, man. No, it's pretty bad in some places.
I'm gonna have my kafir on though. I'm gonna be,
Your kufiya, you got a black and white one?
Yeah, I do actually.
Honestly, Chris, I want to ship you like an authentic kufiya. Like, I got you.
I have a quick question because I don't know this, and I don't know if it's just propaganda. Is that specifically a Hamas thing, or is it a Palestinian thing?
No, bro, it's a Palestinian thing.
That's what I thought. And
So
but the right keeps trying to say that anyone wearing those is pro Hamas. So I just want to make sure.
The right uses anything to weaponize and just
Israel
spread their
hijacks everything
propaganda.
anyway.
They'll,
They say that hummus is theirs when it was Palestine's first.
Yeah. So the kufiya it's more of a Semitic thing, and all Arabs wear it. And when I say Arabs, I mean Middle Easterners. It like kind of traces back to ancient Babylonia and Assyria, the Canaanites, even the Jewish Sudra. So this one specifically, the black and white one with this pattern, it's special to Palestinians because of its trade routes, the fishing nets, everything that has to do with like the way of living in Palestine. And certain Bedouins and certain Falahis used to wear this.
I like to, because this is a really easy comparison. This is not a one-to-one comparison, but it's a really easy concept for Westerners to understand. I often compare the kufiya and the patterns and weaves of the kufiya to Scottish and Irish tartan. And different weaves, colors, and patterns represent different tribes, communities, and cultures. And so, like I said, it's not exactly a one-to-one comparison, but the way that plaid tartan is used in Scotland and Ireland is similar to the way that they use the kufiya in several Middle Eastern tribes and nations.
So
if somebody says that a cultural garment, sorry, Chris, if anybody says that a cultural garment is associated with teaism, they are just a racist.
They are.
Bro, these are the same people that say black people are 13% of the populations and commit half of the murder. Like, do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
we've heard that one before.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you, Chris, you and Charlie Kirk, right? So it's all bullshit far right wing propaganda. They love to take these little cases of whatever and make a bad picture out of a whole group of people just to scare the public. A kufiya is a cultural garment, and it's something that is special and it's never going away.
Well, I guess it was more the pattern that I was asking about, but yeah, it sounds like.
I've actually got the red and white one. I don't have from what I understand, the black and white stands for the fatar, right?
It's called a shmagh, and that one was worn specifically by the Bedouins. Yeah. And they also have the black thing that's called agal. So the Bedouins wear that one. Yeah, the red and white one.
I am also an anthropology nerd. I have my degree in classics and anthropology, and I was actually, before I got pregnant, my dumbass, I was supposed to do my graduate studies in Central Asia under an anthropologist named Jack Weatherford. So Central Asia and the Middle East, especially modern Mongolia, was my nerd happy place as an anthropology student. So there's a lot of cultural clothing, cultural garments, and things like that from that area that have been unfortunately misappropriated by the far right US. It's really crappy.
I mean, if we're gonna be like, the kafia technically goes all the way back to 3000 BC, long before any of us were here, right? High priest of Babylon and Sumerians were quite literally using it for rank and honor, and then by local farmers to protect themselves from a heat, sun, and wind. So like to say that that's like a sign of a theist. I'm like 3000 BC was before any of this was around. So it's
Yeah,
crazy.
and the
Dan,
funny
that's
thing,
not true. I'm
yeah,
literally.
Dan.
Listen, you guys all know so much more than me. You're all more involved with activism than I am. I'm just sitting here trying to absorb it.
You're just a chill guy.
Dan, yeah,
Dan,
man, Dan the man, Dan the man.
Dan the man, man.
Y'all, I'm so excited for college when I can learn more and more about this and like engage with people that are from different like ethnicities and cultures, because my school is like Christian private, so I don't get a lot of exposure to different like groups. And so I'm so excited for college when I can really get more involvement and do more activism.
I will say, Rhea, as someone who has 3 degrees and is working on number 4,
Wow. That's very impressive. That's wow. That's...
First off, university is not the only way to learn.
Absolutely.
And please also take some time to travel if you have the opportunity.
Oh, girl, wait till I tell you this. I'm doing first semester in Prague and my summer semester in London.
Oh, I love that. Oh, where are you staying in London? I love London.
I actually don't know because that's going to be next year. Like summer semester, not this summer, but next summer. But I am so excited because I'm literally doing my first semester of college in Prague. So, girl, don't you worry. Study abroad is something.
Are you going to a uni in London, or are you?
No, I'm going to Boston University.
Gotcha. Okay, so I love Camden. I love Notting Hill. If you're looking for like an affordable, I don't know if they're going to put you up in a place, but if you're looking for an affordable apartment, like the outskirts of Notting Hill are a predominantly Jamaican like POC area. And it's obviously because colonialism and racism is more affordable to live in, but like culturally the best food that you're going to get, like one of the best places to live is in the ungentrified part of Notting Hill. But yeah, love London. You are going to have the time of your life. Do not let the white British people convince you that all British food is bad. There are China. That exist in London that make amazing food.
Girl,
Fish
I'm
and
so
chips.
excited because when I was looking at colleges and going through that process, like studying abroad was one of the biggest, like most important things, because I love learning about different cultures and wanting to travel and learn about different people's like ideologies and experiences was such an important part of college. So being able to jump right into studying abroad is literally my ideal thing. Like, I'm so excited.
I do also want to say, when you pick your first major, please consider picking something that's at least partially practical. Because, like, you can go down the rabbit hole of doing fun degrees after you can afford to be a human being. But when you get your first degree in a dead language, it's going to be really hard to get a job. So as someone who is getting degree number 4 in a practical discipline, please consider getting something that's mildly practical first. And
So I can tell you what I'm planning on majoring in. So I'm planning on doing is a double major in political science and international relations with a minor in history. And then after I graduate, I would want to go to law school. So.
Oh, that's awesome.
Nerd.
Hey, Elchris in the comments right now.
I mean, I went to Cornell before you start hating. But of course,
right
Trump
now.
supporters are going to say that I was a DEI hire and I got let in just because I was black.
I would say if you're going to study political science and history, to make sure that you also spend a good amount of time in a foreign language. That is not.
I want to learn Arabic so bad. I'm planning on taking classes in Arabic.
I'm giving classes.
Bilingual will make you more hireable with a political science degree. But yeah, I love anthropology. I will probably eventually go back and finish my PhD in anthropology. But now I am in nursing school because I realized that money is real.
Listen, Chris.
W
Chris, right now.
W Chris. By the way, Ria, I want to say this. When it comes to university, I'm slightly older than you. Like just like a little bit, right? When it comes to university, because I recently just finished my whole endeavor, you will learn a lot, but I promise you, taking like your own steps towards like reading and looking for things and everything is like where a lot of this is gonna come. And these panels also help a lot. Like I swear to God, just being around like everybody here and hearing these little words and then just going and like researching them and reading all about them and then getting books about them is like what's really gonna broaden like your spectrum of thinking, right?
100%.
As a woman in her late 20s, let me tell you, I loved being an academic. I also loved being a parent. Please, for the love of God, do not get married before 25. I beg you. Do not let a man convince you to set aside school.
Girl, I haven't had my first kiss yet. I doubt I'm gonna get that far in college.
I got married I went to university. I was really, really into university. I got married at 19, and it's one of the dumbest things that I have ever done. I love my children so much. I even love my husband sometimes, but like, please, for the love of all that is holy, getting married, you're changing responsibilities, you'll change who you are as a person and the amount of time that you have to devote to academia. I'm just sharing my experiences. Rhea sounds like she's someone that has goals, that is career focused and career oriented, that wants to be an academic. And if those are her goals in life, getting married and having children young will make that really, really hard.
And I definitely want to run for. I've told Dan on this like on a previous panel, but my goal is to eventually run for office. And
I can see that, Ria. I
yeah,
honestly,
like
I
that's
can
my
see it.
ultimate goal. I really want to run for office because I know like I can do real change, and that we need someone who's not gonna focus on the wrong things. So that like I'm not gonna do that straight out of.
In your early 20s is fun. Just get an IUD and kick them out in the morning.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I did want to show you guys. So this is a book that I'm gonna start reading.
I do not. The opinions provided on this live are the opinions of the panelists. I do not endorse all opinions.
I was about to say, thank you for the
Dan's got to
disclaimer.
disassociate himself. This book is one that I'm literally planning on reading, especially now when India and Pakistan is such like a hot issue. This is a book I'm going to start reading, and then I'm going to start getting books on the Middle East and Europe and things like that. But I'm excited. So
Honestly, Ria, I'm gonna send you like a whole plethora of like books and things, and even places where you can download them.
oh,
if you wanna,
please
like,
do.
I got you.
I should say that I am also not Muslim. My biological family tried to get me to revert in my early 20s, and I resisted. I have so much respect for the religion, but I have been practicing pagan since I was 15, and reverting was not of interest for me as in my later teens and in my early adults. I have so much respect for my Muslim family. That was not for me. So, but absolutely, if you are Muslim, you should live to your religious ideas.
Yeah, and Kanan, please send me those books. Like, I'm trying to get into more intellectual reading and not just fantasy. So that is
I got
something
you, I
I'm
got you.
definitely willing to read.
I will send it. I'll try to. I don't know how I can do it for the chat, but like maybe I can just do a post about it, and then yeah, I'll like post.
So that's where I started, Rhea, on TikTok, was on Book Talk. So if you go to my profile and some of my Book Talk mutuals profiles, I talk both about fantasy books and also about intellectual books. And absolutely.
Y'all want to see my little library? Guys, this is my fantasy little library.
Oh, that's nice.
For the Book Talk girlies who are on here, this is like
Hinduism for dummies. I like that.
Hinduism for
I
dummies.
do have that. Ignore that one, but for the rest, my faves. This is for the Book Talk community.
Wait, guys, can we say a quick rest in peace moment to somebody real quick?
Oh,
Guys, the fearless warrior Santana Jones apparently got permanently banned on his main account.
No.
Can we say?
Dude,
Hold
I
on.
thought someone died.
Well, no, like a real one, like a real. So, guys, I just want to tell y'all, Santana Jones is one of the most realest guys on this app. So, if you guys see his backup anywhere, guys, we all need to go ahead and follow that.
Yeah,
Because
he said if he gets home and I'm still live, then he's gonna join so people can follow his backup. I didn't realize it was because his
that's
account was
crazy,
perma.
dog.
I did not realize his account was permanent.
Wait,
yeah,
it's a permanent ban?
Yeah, he got permanently banned.
Wait,
That
what?
is so
How?
messed
What?
up.
City, wait, I have that book.
I'm sorry, but we need to put screenshots of his backup everywhere. 'Cause
Yeah,
that's an
I'll pull it
injustice.
up in a second.
Yeah, that's an injustice to the
Oh,
world.
jeez.
Oh,
Oh,
jeez.
Oh, jeez.
wait. Trying to show if
I
you
got
like-
more books to show. Dan, put me back up.
The way she said it. Oh, jeez.
Dan, put me back up. I'm gonna show you my entire book collection. I've got some down here too. Ignore my APs.
It is
I've got-
bedtime, and I am in my Walmart moo. Please don't look at me. I am here to show the books.
You see these four.
Oh,
collection.
you're fine. I'm not even wearing pants underneath this. I'm Winnie the Pooh in it.
Dan, put me on the big screen. Put me on the big screen right now.
Winnie the Pooh.
Wait,
It's crazy.
wait, you guys
Winnie the Pooh,
competing
that's
with
crazy.
books? Is this a book off?
Look, guys, look. I've got all of these. Right, I've got all of these. I love the Magnolia Park series, by the way.
You
I
are
recommend.
so much more organized than I am.
I have
Because
all of these. Like, you don't understand. I'm a book person.
W.
Like,
oh, geez.
yes.
W.
We're gonna talk about my god awful bookshelves. I can't show the bottom shelves. 'Cause some
Yo,
of them
these are W's. Okay.
See, guys,
Read
I've
the
never-
Lynn Barnes series. That is starts with crap. What does it start with? The Naturals. The Naturals series is so good.
I fucking hate fiction books. I've
Oh, shush.
ever since I was no, I
El
swear to
Kanan,
God.
El Kanan in the chats right now.
No, like I don't know why. Ever since I was a little kid, I just always loved to read nonfiction.
Okay,
I
her
hated
shelves
fiction.
are so much more organized than mine. My shelves are a hot mess right now. But these are some of my favorites that I also.
Wait, is that one? What? I don't know why, but the
Is
shelf
Brandon
above, is that
Sanderson
Detective
good?
Pikachu?
I'm planning on reading him.
Wait, go up.
I love Sanderson. It really depends on the type of reader that you are, which of his books you want to start with. I have to be really careful about showing my nonfiction books because some of mine will get Dan's TikTok. Some of my nonfiction books will get Dan's TikTok.
Oh my God.
and-
Y'all, I'm so excited to read this one too. I have Christine Hanna's The Woman.
Yo, I'm having
that
trouble
one's
switching back and forth.
Good.
Dan. This I'm
I
really excited for.
recommend starting with Mistborn or with Tress of the Emerald Sea. My first Mistborn book is not on the shelf right now. You are so much more organized than I am because the rest of my books are in a bag in my closet right now.
I definitely recommend Jhumpa Lahiri for people. She is an Indian author who has like really, really good books. They're fiction, not like romance or fantasy, but like actual fiction, and her books are so good. I definitely recommend her.
This is another really amazing series if you want to get into books that were written by more Eastern authors. This is amazing. I read so many different kinds of things. Honey Girl is sapphic modern day romance. I read so much. I'm trying to make sure that I don't pull out anything that's going to get
Take it down.
Bro, like
That's crazy. What are
Michael
you
G.
reading?
Sullivan is another really amazing author. I think I have.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Is that based on the video game? Because Age of Empires uses the same font as that book.
I have no idea. I don't play video games. I just read the books, so I could not tell you.
Strange.
I'll
Right.
take
And then
it.
these are the books I'm currently reading too. This is like my currently reading list.
This live is so unexpected. I did not expect a book off to take place.
Yeah, but this live is still
So
more
for the
productive
people who are
than
saying young adult, I'm currently reading Shatter Me. I'm currently reading City of Bones. This one is the Natural series. It's just an book cover. And then I also have my fantasy here too. So yes, this is a book off, Dan.
Yeah, you know what, guys? W chat, W panel. MAGAs could never you
Also,
know, they
this
could
book
never,
is by
you know,
this book
Bro,
is
they can
by
barely
an
read a
what the
menu.
fuck?
Let's be
What
real.
the fuck have you went into a
I have a
MAGA
lot of
live and
like,
seen some shit like this? You know what I'm
I have a
saying?
lot of history books and I have a lot of theology. Like for like example, like Rhea and Canaan. I've read multiple Qurans. I've read multiple Gitas. I've like been around the block. Like I do love reading like the. I think I got a few. I think I got a few Hadith books as well, but there's so many of them.
Nice.
Okay, y'all, say W2. Oh, I have that book. I literally just showed that book. Wait.
Right. Oh yeah.
I'm
by
dying. Wait. You need to DM me, girl. Where is it? It's mine's right there.
Somebody said, "Dan, stand up for me real quick." What the fuck?
Wait,
this is one of my
that's a wild thing to say.
Yeah, that's honestly kind of disrespectful. You said, "Show me the Harry Potter." Man,
Bye, Russell.
I also love Diana Gabaldon.
Hey, this is from
And
Jackson.
Rylan, get out of my room. And this is a really good series by Lynette Noni.
Wait, that's on my Kindle. I kid you not, that's on my Kindle.
Man, y'all do too much reading. Even though I feel like I should
Okay.
do more to do.
I am happy
I'm
to
gonna
inform
give
you
Dan
both
his
that
live
there
back.
is a books channel in the Discord.
Oh, let's get it.
For
Can
anyone
you send me the link to that Discord then?
yeah, absolutely.
Send me that link, Dan.
Also, I'm gonna take a commercial.
Well, the
break.
link's in my bio. Just go to the.
it's in the-
link
Oh,
in my
okay,
bio,
I
it's in there.
will. By the
I'm
way,
gonna-
whoever you think won this book off, say W to them in the chat. I expect more W Rias, so W Ria in the
Awesome.
chat, y'all, for my book off.
I'm gonna take a commercial break to tell y'all the most Jim Bro thing I just did, Dan and Kanan, because I doubt Rhea and Falcon are gonna do it. So I just ordered Panda Express, and then I had the most awkward phone call because I'm looking at my Fitness Pal. I'm still down 40 grams of protein, so I'm like, "Yo, can I pay for a quadruple serving of beef?" They're like, "Yeah." So there we go.
W. I do that all the time.
Gotta keep these muscles fueled, baby. Anyway.
Well, you know what I do? Like when I'm just feeling lazy, you know what I'm saying? I don't feel like cooking, you know, I'm behind on my meal or two. I just go to like a burrito place and I stack up on like a burrito bowl with like just a bunch of chicken or something like that.
All right, guys, check this out. Check this out. Here's how you don't, because it's a tough economy right now. I'm like about to tell you a Chipotle hack to get the most bang out of your buck, right?
Chipotle
But it
hack.
involves having a little bit of agility, right? So normally when you have a double scoop, right, they normally do a half and like a half. So you have to catch them in transition.
Uh-huh.
So let's just say you're in the line, right? And let's just say you want double chicken, right? So first say that you want a single scoop and then wait till they slide it over to the left, right? But then just lie and say that you made a mistake. Be like, "Oh, sorry, I like meant a double scoop." So they're gonna bring it back and then they give you the actual full scoop and full scoop. So they don't give you half and half. So you got to catch it in transition. It's a very precise move, but you know,
Okay.
every ounce counts.
All right, I'm gonna give a protein hack that I used to use back when I cared about my body.
Real quick, I
so-
think it's safe to say I won the book off. There were more W Rias than anyone.
I'm not gonna lie, your guys' book collection looks cute, okay?
Ooh,
It
a
can't-
new
it can't
challenger.
Are you serious right now?
I
I
can't
am-
show my nonfiction collection because I find that when I post about nonfiction books,
Dang
especially
it. Wait, what was
things that
that?
are about war and things like that, TikTok automatically takes it down. So I have a really hard time posting about nonfiction, but I have a whole other shelf dedicated to
nonfiction
nonfiction
too. That's
books.
literally the thing that started this. Me
Well,
showing
let me
you
find
the
out that
partition
Kanan
book.
has
By
a
the way,
library of
Dan, I
Alexandria.
saw that, and everybody chat saw that.
What? Oh yeah,
So-
Dan, we all saw that.
Subliminal only Dan. Subliminal only Dan promotion. Okay, so back when I used to work out a lot, if I didn't feel like cooking, but I was really behind on protein or whatever, you go to like the cheapest Chinese buffet around you. Okay. Usually at dinner, it'll be like $15, and just get either the like hibachi chicken or the shrimp, like the sautéed shrimp, load it up, and just eat plate after plate. And it's gonna be way more protein than going to Chipotle. It's like $3 more maybe. And I don't know. Every once in a while I would just in there ignore all the rice and the lo mein and stuff and just grab the protein.
You know what I like to do? I like to basically, and I make these smoothies, right? I put like a cup of oatmeal, and then I put like a cup of like lactose-free milk with like extra like the milk protein,
Yeah.
or just normal milk, and that increases the lysine, so then it makes the oatmeal complete protein, because the reason why it's not complete is because it's low on lysine. So now I'm getting protein from the oatmeal, I'm getting protein from the milk, and then I put a scoop of protein, a little bit of cinnamon, a little bit of peanut butter, and then I just drink, and banana, and then I just drink it. And it's
So
like,
you know what I did back when I was in the army and I was like in the field, but I was still working out. Guys, I used to do some savage stuff. So you know those
I
tuna
used to
fish.
drink raw eggs, by the way, Chris.
So
Ew.
you know those tuna fish packets, right?
Oh fuck, man.
Yeah. So
my.
no, wait, guys, wait, listen.
Not sardines, bro.
Listen. No.
Nah, the ones that are like Go-Gurts
Yeah,
with tuna
so-
fish in them, right?
Well, fucking get the job done, guys. Just relax, because there's one thing that'll make it taste just fine. So you're always supposed to do this when you're in like a crunch or in the military, but sometimes I did it back in the gym, bro. You take some Frank's Red Hot, right? The buffalo sauce edition. Just dump it in there, and it doesn't taste like tuna fish anymore. You're good. And it's like 70 cents per packet, 17 grams of protein. 3 of those is like well over, like almost 50. So like, yeah. So for like less than $2, there you go. Just get some Frank's Red Hot, put it in there. You're good.
No, you know what I used to do? I used to stack up on sardines, because the thing with sardines is, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they're much lower in mercury than like tuna. You can't eat too much tuna, right? So I used to get sardines because they're cheaper and they're lower in mercury. And I used to just get these like little, like, what is it, like 75-cent like cans, and I used to just like, just quickly, bro. Like,
So, Mac taught me this trick. Now, this only works if you don't care about processed food and you only care about macros. Okay?
Dude, me
Hormel,
and my talkies are chilling.
Hormel turkey pepperoni.
Yup.
70 calories per serving. 35 of those calories are protein.
That's what's up.
Half protein.
Yep. Bro, turkey and chicken is one of the highest like forms of protein, like protein dense foods that you can ever have.
I literally eat a pound of chicken a day, bro.
Yeah.
That's like 100 grams. Yeah.
I do not relate to this conversation.
Well,
I mean, I use a protein powder, but I just put it in a smoothie in the morning and go about my day. I use
honestly, I got the fix though. If we all just use anabolic steroids, then we just won't have to work out or anything.
Can we go back to books?
I do not endorse all of the views on this panel.
Guys, I'm just joking. But hey, guys, listen. I'm totally joking, guys. Do not do that. That's terrible for your kidneys and your life expectancy. Don't do that.
I do not endorse anything.
I do not endorse that either. That was clearly meant to not be taken literally. All right. Anyway.
You know what I eat? Acai bowls.
Acai bowl.
Acai bowls?
Oh, that's pretty good.
So good. With
What are
all
those?
of the Nutella and the
What the bro?
and the honey.
You could put
Where's the
Nutella on a
protein?
sneaker and I would eat it.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's the protein in it?
Same.
Oh,
I
Huel?
eat those every day.
All right,
That's the guy
guys,
from
so-
Breaking Bad?
I've also got, all right, guys, listen. You guys looking for a cheap protein that's only got like 5 ingredients in it and it's not full of chemicals? You can find this at Walmart actually for like $15. No cap. Don't sweat the technique. There we go.
Now we're
Nutripro.
doing a protein off.
Yeah, so guys, go to Walmart, right? Freaking go to Walmart. Sorry, I'm in my garage. It's a little bit messy here. So it's only got like these ingredients, and that's it.
Well, that's
Like,
I thought Walmart
That-
was on the boycott list.
That looks like it was packaged in Walmart.
yeah, but like it's really good though. Like freaking, that's the thing. Yeah, shit, man. Shit,
You know what I get, Chris? I get the lean fit from Costco. It's 2 kilos and it's so cheap. It's at $45 for 2 kgs.
That's what I used to get.
It's pretty solid. It's pretty. I used to get the New
Also-
Zealand way. I used to get this New Zealand way with like probiotics and like grass fed, no lactose. But that shit was so expensive. At some point, I'm
You guys
like,
ever had Core Powers before?
pardon?
Have you guys had Core Powers? I'm
Nope.
not sure if they have them in Canada. Never mind. Core Powers, it's like this $2 like protein like milk, and it's like 42 calories. It's really good. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, we can switch. So sorry, you guys were having fun with your book talks. I just figured I'd switch the topic for a little bit. It's all right. We can go back.
It's okay. You had your protein
So-
off.
I
Yeah.
do want to say Huel is a little bit more expensive, but I can get 90 grams of protein into like breakfast in the morning, just drinking a smoothie, and it's worth it for me.
But It has 400. I see the number 400, and that looks like calories. Can you make her big screen? I'm just really curious.
Kanan, did you say that you used to eat raw eggs? What the hell?
Yeah, I used to like when I
That's
used to.
disgusting, Kanan.
I know.
Gross.
Well, and I used to do that when I was
This is
16.
grody.
So wait, go on the side. Go on nutrition facts for a minute for me.
Yeah.
Serving per 2 scoops, 400 calories, 41 grams of protein. It's a little bit higher in calories than average, but it's okay. It's
I'm
like
pretty sure
200 per scoop.
Isn't the Costco one like 230 for 40 grams?
Yeah, normally
No.
230 is like your sweet spot because like here's the thing with some protein they got too much fat and too much carbs in there. You don't want that in there.
Yo, I
Wouldn't
just
wouldn't
realized
this
we
be
have
good
over.
for like weight gain though? Or if
Oh.
you're trying to not only bulk up but gain weight?
Isn't that like a meal replacement shake too? Like not just protein.
So I was recommended Huel by my dietitian because I did chemo and chemo gave me diabetes.
Oh.
So now I have to do these injections. And they are really horrible for your digestive system. It's not fun, but it keeps the diabetes at bay. So the part of this, when you take medications like this for diabetes, it can cause muscle loss. And it also makes it more difficult for your body to digest food. So the Huel is really, really high in fiber and really, really high in protein. And it is a way for me to get an insane amount of protein like in the morning so that I don't my muscles don't continue to atrophy taking this medication.
Yo, I just realized we have over 250 people watching our book off and our protein off.
Power tap, y'all. Let's get us to 100,000
What is
likes
this
and we
dimension?
can finally have the crab rave.
So what I really find interesting is that the people on YouTube and Twitch can't see anyone's cameras, so they're just listening to the YouTube to the book off and the protein off.
But by the way, Chris, yes, I used to drink raw eggs. So you know how you know what the okay. I am not recommending anybody to drink raw eggs.
That's
Okay,
gross.
but this is what I used to
already
do,
more
right?
qualified than RFK to
RFK.
I used to crack them in like a small cup, and then you gotta swallow it before the yellow part bursts. If the yellow part bursts, you're fucked. You're so fucked. I'm not even joking.
Sir, that is a yolk.
Yeah,
That is a yolk.
That's a baby, according to Republicans.
Yeah, you bro, that's honestly wild. But I mean, hey man,
Because bro, I needed to get in the shit fast. You know, when you're like you're trying to like grow, you gotta eat like 3,500 calories.
I'm gagging.
You know, you just gotta get it done fast, bro.
Them.
I
Do you
couldn't
know-
keep eating.
Drink it raw, soft boil.
honestly though, like, have you guys ever made poached eggs in the air fryer? It's kind of gas. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Wait, how do you even? Wait, how do you even do that?
So you crack the eggs, right? You just obviously all you're doing is just cracking the eggs and just put them in the air fryer. They come out. Yeah,
Sir, that is not how you poach an egg.
Yeah.
That is just an air fried, soft boiled egg.
Air fried egg, yeah. That's
Okay,
not
yeah.
poached.
So
Air fried egg.
all right. So guys, don't cook me up. But I thought it was poached. My bad. But either way though, air fried eggs are like really good because I eat like 6 eggs a day, so it's pretty good. Yeah.
Honestly, I eat 6 sunny side up every day.
Wait, what's a
or
poached egg,
just like I just boil them and I just pop. Just
Damn,
pop
man,
them.
I'm freaking
My
damn.
dad almost forced me to have
Is
sunny side
essentially
up
just
today.
dropping is just cracking an egg into 1 part
Thanks, Obama.
water, 1 part
Thank you,
vinegar as it's stirred and is actively heating up on the stove.
Oh,
That is
damn,
essentially
that's
what
definitely not what I
poached
did. Okay,
Yo, there's this sauce from Costco. It's the
Essentially.
Maggi. It's the Maggi. So I forgot. It's the-
Maggie?
Yeah, sorry, Maggie. Yeah.
MAGY
Yes,
or
Maggie sauce.
MAGGI.
Yeah,
Yes,
MAGGI,
Maggie. They
and
have
it's
great
tomato
noodles
and
too.
hot. It's like sweet and spicy, and it's like tomato and
Dude,
like,
we have 5 bottles in my pantry, like right now.
bro, it's such a W. I eat it with my boiled eggs and my toast.
Okay, let me
Every
look this up.
Indian has that sauce. Like
That's
every
why
Indian.
I'm able to
Wait.
eat 6 eggs a day. If it wasn't for that sauce, I wouldn't be able
My
to.
parents use that on their eggs too.
Wait, is it like a yellow and red label?
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, Maggie is so good. And have you had the noodles? Their noodles are bomb.
This just looks like soy sauce.
Bro, it's
Are you
red.
on the right one? Hold on.
These damn Canadians are.
Hold on.
What are you doing?
Fucking Canadian.
First of all, there will be no Canadian slander.
It says adds umami.
Well, yeah, because Trump's trying to annex y'all.
Dude, you're on the wrong one. I know which one you're doing.
Okay, which
No,
Magi sauce should I be looking up?
Hold on. I got you.
Well,
Okay.
Costco has the same thing for Canada and America. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, it's red. Okay, I see it.
This.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
This one. Oh, not that one. This one.
Okay, yeah, I was looking at the wrong one.
Yeah, bro, that one is
seen that
such
before.
a
What the hell?
W.
Yeah.
This one's so good.
Yeah.
That looks like something that would be akin to like chamoy. It's just a brighter red.
Or like their Maggi noodles are so good. Hold on, let me
I'm
pull
sure I've
this
seen it like a video game or something.
Every time my parents are like too tired to cook a meal, they just make the Maggi. They also have like noodles, and it's like really quick. I love these. It's so
Yeah,
good.
we don't eat that unhealthy shit, you know that.
Oh, I eat the junk.
Y'all are making me hungry.
Kanan literally just talked about eating freaking raw eggs and he's over here.
Yo, listen.
And sardines out of the can. Kanan, you can't say
Guys,
shit.
Wait. How else would you eat sardines? That's the only way to eat them.
Struggling those days,
That's
you
the
know.
only way
We
to
just
eat
had
them,
to we had to bulk up fast. We were teenagers, you know. We were on a.
I'm a teenager and I didn't bulk up fast.
Yeah, but
You're a
I will
fetus,
say,
Rhea.
I was raised in an African American household, and in the South, it is not uncommon for people of my ethnicity to eat sardines out of the can with club
Sardines
crackers.
good. I don't care.
Wait, with what?
Club crackers and hot sauce. It had to be
yeah, the hot sauce is key.
Yeah.
crackers, hot sauce.
Wait, are club crackers like oyster crackers? The little round
No,
ones?
they're the like buttery crackers.
Oh,
You have
like
to-
Keebler's.
They're better than saltines for sure.
Okay, I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, with club crackers and hot sauce, and I still that was struggle food when I was a child, but like I still will occasionally eat it as an adult.
Yeah,
Mac
I know what
and
it is.
cheese
I know what it is.
Hot
Now.
dog with mac and cheese with hot dog was my
Mac and cheese with cut up
struggle
hot dog.
food
Ew, man,
for the
I
most
hate
part.
hot
What?
dogs.
Mac and cheese with hot dog.
Yeah,
Yes.
no.
Okay, so when I was growing up, sometimes my mom would make me okay, like she'd make chai, right? She'd make tea
I love chai.
with a little bit of
Chai's so
a little bit of sugar, a little bit of milk, okay, and then put that in a bowl, almost like I'm gonna use it as cereal, and then cut up pita bread and cheese. And oh my god, it was so good. I know it sounds insane. It was so good.
Wait, what was it? What was it again? Say it again.
Okay, so it's a bowl with chai or halib, right?
Oh, yeah, bro. Of course, I know, bro. It's bro. Are you serious? It's called shaib kak.
Yeah,
Did anyone have these when they were younger?
Yo, Dan, you are so white, bro. Listen, I need to take you to Syria, bro. This is unacceptable, bro. This guy said shaib kak, bro.
Has anyone had these when they were younger?
I'm very Americanized, but
These are so good.
Bro, it's okay.
Parle G. I used to
I've
have
never
these
heard
with
of
chai.
that child
I've
looks.
never heard of this.
That child looks
but then
like.
again, I am the whitest person here with barely any seasoning. So
Oh,
I mean,
talking
Guys,
about
don't mind my
gross
claws.
things
I
that
use
people
them to
ate.
claw out my attackers. These are my claws. But yes, Parle G, so good.
Rhea, somebody
all
in the
right,
chat
take a
said
second for the
W.
nails though. Nail check.
Yes. Oh my god,
Nail
guys,
check.
let me show you in better lighting.
Oh wait.
check.
Sorry, I'm gonna re-expand.
Are we having a nail
These are
off?
my
Nail off?
nails.
Yeah, nail off.
Ooh, flowers.
Yes.
See,
Oh my
y'all
god.
are gonna get mad at me because I'm a nail biter.
So I actually used to be one, but getting acrylics actually helped. So
somebody
I had
said
acrylics.
this is AI generated.
hey, no way.
So I had
The two in the
acrylics
middle are so
once.
pretty.
Thank you.
I had acrylics once, and I did stop biting my nails, but I started rubbing the side of the nail.
I do that all the
like,
time.
against
I'm
the side
telling
of my
you, getting
thumb, like
acrylics-
completely raw.
I used to peel my lip skin off with my nails and also peel off my other skin. Getting acrylics actually helps so much because it stops you from doing it.
I
it's hard
know.
to.
I started picking at my skin really badly to the point
Same.
that I would get
Yo,
really
Ray.
raw.
Wait, can we
and,
talk about
like,
the tattoo
bloody.
though?
Rhea, somebody said that you were AI generated.
Who said that? What?
Hold on. I'm gonna
That's
find
crazy.
it. I'm gonna find it.
No way.
I
I'll find
stopped
it.
getting acrylics after my 5-year-old son ripped one off of my nail once and never.
Oh.
Please cheese me. Please cheese me, said it.
No.
I don't know if that's a compliment or insult. If someone would
I
have called
think it's
me
an
AI
insult
generated.
because please cheese me is a known troll.
Oh,
tool,
okay. I was like,
think.
what the? I've just never heard
No,
someone
but
call
then
somebody
again,
that.
they're in
Oh,
the
he said
Daniverse,
it was
so
the
they
kid
might.
from the package that's the AI generated.
Oh, the kid.
Oh,
Okay.
Y'all are
oh, I thought they
trolling
called
me.
you AI generated. I'm like, what the fuck? Is that
I thought
supposed
they
to-
were talking about you.
Yeah, I was like, that's crazy.
Come on, people. Y'all are trolling me. I can't.
If I get
I
attacked,
can't show the
they're
rest of
literally unalive me,
my
bro.
tattoo.
Yeah, but like, yeah, but Kanan, when you take Dan to Syria, take me too, because I am convinced that my
I
future
can't
wife,
do the rest of it. I'm not in front of my
that my
balcony.
future,
Got you.
Nah, Chris, don't be a passport, bro. No, don't-
Ew,
no,
passport bros.
I'm just saying that my
What's
future
a
wife's
passport,
Palestinian,
bro?
but I got to work on being culturally assimilated to being
Oh, I
Israeli.
see.
Yo,
I
what's
see.
a passport, bro?
Yeah.
There
I
we
have no
go.
idea.
Rhea, guys, are we gonna like ruin Rhea's innocence now? Like,
No,
Oh,
just
no.
tell me. Just
I can
tell
do
me.
that easily.
Can
I'm
somebody
gonna
tell me what a
search it up
passport?
otherwise.
Wait. Can somebody tell me what a passport bro is? Because I don't
a
even know.
passport bro is basically like people or like men from the West that basically travel to poorer third world countries to basically get a quote unquote trad wife.
Man, that's
It's partially
Yeah.
Hold on,
It's
hold on.
like Thailand, Vietnam.
But here's the thing, here's the kicker,
the
right?
fuck?
A lot of the time they're actually basically are exploiting these women, and they basically
Wow, that's terrible.
Cough, cough. Half of the men in the U.S. military.
Period.
Oof.
Period. Point blank. Period.
Okay, so hold
By
on
the
a
way,
second.
Adriana, your tattoos are amazing.
Hold on. There's one part of my tattoo that I absolutely love, and it's my little tiny ass blimp.
Aw.
It's like no.
Wait,
Is that a UFO?
the skyline is so
the
cool.
blimp.
No, I love it. The skyline is like it's in the distance.
No, yeah,
They
the
shaded it.
skyline, so the bat signal.
Oh,
Yeah.
By
is
the
this
way, I
Gotham
fell
City?
asleep during this part, and it's on my elbow.
You fell asleep during the elbow tattoo?
Yes.
Okay, we need you in the 100 men versus the gorilla, because if you fell asleep during the elbow tattoo part, we need you leading the
tiny
charge.
blimp is like my absolute favorite part, besides the skyline.
But Dan, I can tell you the exact opposite story of a passport bro. Back when I was in the military, right? So I downloaded Tinder back when I lived in El Paso, and then I only downloaded it once, and I never downloaded it again because I matched with a woman. She seemed really sweet. She is from Juarez, which is right across the street.
I have
And
horror
then she told me,
stories.
wait, just let me finish real quick, because this is why I never. Well,
Go ahead.
and then I'm gonna tell you how I got banned on Tinder, but that happened closer to it. Just relax, guys. I got you. Give me a second. Hold on. So,
Damn, Chris.
so she told me when we were about to go on a date, that she told me bluntly, like, yeah, I'm really only trying to date you so you can co-sign on my green card paperwork. So I deleted the app. Then I re-downloaded it towards when I started debating politics and stuff. And I asked the woman here in Houston who she voted for. And then she said she voted for Trump, so I let her get a piece of my mind, and then I got banned off the app.
Oh no.
Dan, I have a question for you, bro.
Okay.
Do you know what Mount Hermon is in Syria?
No, I don't.
Okay, but what do you I'm just very curious, right? What do you anticipate Syria looks like? Just very curious.
So,
be honest. What comes to mind when you think of?
You want me to be 100% honest?
100%.
The color beige.
Yeah,
I don't know.
This is a big problem.
Yeah, go ahead.
So basically, watch this, right? A lot of Arabs are like people that are like just genuinely like move the broad. They don't know like too much. They're like not too in touch with like our part of the world back there.
Mhm.
They kind of actually take on like the perspective that's fed to like people here on a mainstream like every day. Oh my god, Chris, that's insane. So they kind of just take on the mainstream perspective, and I always urge like people from especially like Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, Palestine to go up and literally just go to Google Maps or just go and just look at back home. It's not beige at all. Just search up Mount Hermon, look at Damascus, look at the Golan Heights, look at like just search up that region.
Okay, we'll do. I mean, I've always been told like if you're gonna go back to where we grew up, Lebanon is the way to go. Like by my parents.
Yeah. But Lebanon is majority green and it doesn't have a desert. It's the only country without a desert.
So I did know there's a lot of green. I did not realize there was no desert. That's
and in Syria, the largest point, like there's so much mountains in Syria and Lebanon. The highest point is 11,000 feet, and other higher points are like 7,000, 8,000, 10,000. So I was telling you, Mount Hermon, it's a mountain that's shared between Palestine and Syria, between both of like where our like countries of ethnic origin is, and it's about 10,000 feet. And it's completely covered in snow, always. Yep.
I love snow-covered mountains.
You should show a picture of Kashmir. Kashmir is so beautiful.
Oh, Kashmir is very beautiful, yeah.
Damn, pull up a picture of Kashmir. It's so pretty.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Kashmir is gorgeous. Kashmir and like the Asiatic steppes and the Caucasus all look like this. They're gorgeous.
Yeah, this almost reminds me of Camden, New Jersey.
Yep.
When you see pictures of Kashmir, you can kind of see why like two countries are fighting for it.
Watch this. I want you to search up Mount Meron in, I hate to use this word, Israel.
Occupied Palestine.
Occupied Palestine. Yeah.
Occupied Palestine.
It literally is occupied Palestine.
Yeah.
I just want to look at the images. This is what our countries look like.
All right, I'm gonna show an old ass photo. It was this is my brother's chest tattoo when he first got it. No, why? Dang it, never mind.
The Camden ain't ever looked like that.
I'm sad. I can't figure out how to green screen.
That's crazy.
No, but this is one of the strawberries that I bit into earlier. It's like completely hollow.
Oh my god.
It was hollow inside.
That's what happens when you have too many tariffs, right? The quality goes down.
That looks like a tremendous strawberry. One
Chris, hi Tanner.
Hi, Mr. President.
Who's Tanner?
He's the one on the bottom with the trash football team.
Well, that looks like a tremendous strawberry. I heard somebody talk about New Jersey earlier. New Jersey, we won that state by 40 points. We won that state tremendously. We won that by a lot. The people earlier, they were talking about a lot of great things, okay? And I just had to come up really quickly to talk about a new thing that I thought about. We are renaming the French kiss. We're turning it into the kiss of America. Okay, that's what we're going to be doing.
That's crazy.
Wait, guys, did you hear they want to rename like the Persian Gulf to the Arabian Gulf?
Yeah, what the hell's the point of
WWW?
How is that a W?
Yeah, they want to do that. I read about that.
That's about as useless as the Gulf of Mexico.
I know. I'm just joking. Yeah. Listen, honestly, guys, it is the Persian Gulf, but we're gonna shill for Arab identity here, just for the sake of it. Yeah.
No, I don't know nothing about Arab identity. I'm just a black man.
No, but watch this. Actually, it really is the Arabian Gulf because the Arabians are the ones that were trading with South Asia and Africa in that part of the world. Not the fucking world.
Is that this is what alligators used to be?
Bro, that's scary. Like imagine them chasing after you like that.
Chris, I think that's you. I think that's you, Chris.
Wait! I thought that's what we were renaming that animal. Like that's Trump's next agenda piece. The Caprosuchus is going to be renamed to America.
Chris, that is now you.
Or are you saying that I look like that?
Yeah, I am.
Starscream.
Did you hear what Malexa said? I'm from Florida. We call them swamp puppies. What the fuck?
Period.
Swamp puppies.
And I'm hollering at how you keep renaming this topics every 2 seconds.
Let me show you this, Dan.
I got ADHD. I'm gonna just keep making him do it. Give me a second.
Oh, same. ADHD twins.
Dan, put me on
Medicated or
extra for
unmedicated?
Okay.
Unmedicated, trying to get medicated.
I am
Okay,
unmedicated,
so
Oh
and
my
I
god.
so I
prefer
took this.
to
I
stay
took
that way.
this. I took this.
Got it.
Yeah.
I took this picture near the Jordan Valley. So this is the Sea of Galilee, which is Palestine, and this is the border between Palestine, Jordan, and Syria. This is where Jesus walked on water, and right below there is a cave where Jesus actually sat and meditated for a while. And when I went to Jordan, I was born in Jordan, by the way. I went to this cave and I went to this area. And I want to just tell you, Dan, the majority of the land looks like this. It's not desert. So half of it in the bottom is desert, but where everybody lives is where all the rivers and the lakes and the sea and like, the greenery is, because most of us we're fallahin, we're peasants. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, I'm going to tell you where the rumor that all of the Middle East was deserts. If anybody's British in here, I'm not going to hold back. It's just a bunch of racist freaking British people that decided after World War I to call the Middle East and came back and quite literally fought in a part of the desert but didn't explore the rest of the place. Went back and said, "Oh, it's just all a desert." Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's where that came from. World War I, racist British people.
Period.
That's how they got that. They were the ones that named the Middle East. Can anybody tell me what the Middle East was called before it was called the Middle East? Like, does anybody have that answer? Was that whole?
How about we rename it to the East of America? How about we do that?
The East of America.
You're doing great, sweetie.
Not the East of America. Oh,
you're doing great, sweetie.
I found another one in my
someone said we
gallery.
should do Africa next. I've always wanted to visit Nairobi.
Brother,
my family is actually from Burkina Faso, particularly the capital city Ouagadougou. I'm Afro Latino, so I spent.
How do I pronounce your name? Is it Canaan?
Canaan, yeah, like
Canaan.
the land of Canaan. Yeah.
Ace in chat, that's my brother. So he knows way more than I do about our origin and anything like that. So.
Oh yeah, where is he?
He's
He's
right
in the
there.
chat, you said?
Yeah, he's in the chat. His name's Ace.
Oh, okay. What's up, Ace? I went so deep into like the genetics and the anthropology and the history of like the whole entire region, and I did like a DNA test, like multiple, and like it's so fascinating, bro. I urge you to try doing one if you can.
I would also like to point out, while we're on the subject of Africa, that the reason that the Sahara Desert is growing is because of Western imperialism, and because of the way that the land has been exploited. I can't talk anymore, but the way that the land has been exploited by colonists. There are actually African countries that know how to stop the expansion of the Sahara, but it is literally, the project has been stopped over and over again because of colonial expansion.
And you had people like Thomas Sankara in Burkina Faso, right? That literally flipped the literacy rate by 50% his first year, but then the CIA assassinated him because he was doing so well.
I am praying that the current president of Burkina Faso survives the CIA. He's doing okay so far.
Yeah, because they were quite literally the poorest country in Africa. Thomas Sankara came and just flipped it all around, right?
He's a real one. I love
that's
him.
pretty blue.
I love him, Ibrahim. He's a real one. He's gonna honestly be a great leader if they do not unalive him.
Do you know who was a real one? Gaddafi was a real one. He
was a real one.
Set the standard for Africa coming back from colonialism, like their own currency. And then why does the U.S. like to go assassinate people when they're fixing their country? It's kind of crazy.
The CIA has tried to assassinate Ibrahim 17 times already. 17 times. And America denies that it was us. But, like, who else is trying to murder this populist president in Burkina Faso?
Then you got Israel and Congo destroying the country by doing their slave labor blood diamond campaign. So.
Oh yeah, Ria. This is what I looked like at your age currently. This is me at 18.
Oh, we're not doing teenage dirtbag tonight. That's
I refuse to show you guys a bad photo of me, so I'm gonna show you a good photo of me.
All of mine are fucking.
Wait, are you
disgusting.
implying that Adriana showed us a bad photo?
Yeah.
Hey, no, I did not say that.
I mean, hey, I know I'm not the prettiest
This is
looking.
prom,
I tend
this
to
is
look like my
prom.
dad a lot.
This is prom. It's kind of hard to see.
Oh,
That was
you're
me
a
in prom.
baby.
This was homecoming. This was last year's or this year homecoming.
You're a baby.
These are my baby photos. We don't need to see them. But yeah, that's me. When I have a lot of pounds and pounds of makeup on.
These are actually baby photos, honestly.
These are actually. She's
This
a literal
makes me
fetus.
This is
feel
literally
old,
me a
and I'm
month
like-
ago. What do you mean?
Yeah, well,
This makes
you're
me
a
feel
child.
old.
You're a fetus.
Hey, I'm not a fetus.
Like I would have kicked you not too long ago for violating TikTok terms of service. Like, what do you want me to do?
Hey, come on now. Yes, I'm 18 y'all. Don't you worry.
You're a literal child.
Put me on the big screen then. This is Syria.
That's
this is
gorgeous.
This is a Christian town in Syria.
So pretty.
It's in the outskirts of Latakia. Search up Latakia.
Latakia.
Finally
Yeah.
getting out of my car after getting home almost an hour ago.
Dan, I
How
have to
long
be.
have we
I
been
have
on
to be
this
frank
live?
with you. I have to be frank with you. I do have to go. I have to do a lot of presidential things. But don't you worry. Okay, you will be receiving a call from my office soon.
Okay, I appreciate that, Mr. President.
So this was well over 10 years ago. Tell me I don't look the same now as I did in high school, guys. Tell me
Hold
that
on.
these Afro-Latino genes, I was 18 in this photo.
Guys, do you want to see my senior?
I quite literally look the exact same at 29, man. We don't
You guys want
age.
to see
We
my
don't
senior
age.
photos?
Yeah.
Let me pull them up.
Wait, I'm not showing myself at 18.
Yeah, I do honestly look the same, to be honest.
Actually, you know what? All right, hold on.
No, Dan. Well, what you need to pull
Do
up.
it, Dan, do it,
I
Dan.
didn't know that you had a sleeper build, bro. That was crazy.
It's not a sleeper build. It's the pre-COVID build.
Yeah, man, you had a sleeper build and you ain't telling nobody.
Guys, honestly, 18 years old was not a long time for me either, so.
It is right now.
All right, let me pull up a picture of me at 18. Hold on.
What about you, Kanan? How
I'm
long
saying,
ago was it for you?
Maybe a good 5-6 years ago, you know?
See, I'm about the same. When did you graduate high school?
2018.
I graduated a year before you did.
That's crazy.
Guys, I'm so excited. I graduate in 3 weeks. I get through this hellhole in 3 weeks.
You're a literal baby. Hush. It is bedtime.
Okay.
dressed appropriately.
Here's mine. This is
very
my
much
senior photo.
Man, Dan the goat.
I'm clipping that.
Somebody
Bro.
screenshot it and send it to the live chat in the Discord.
I will. I've got it clipped.
That was what's the math on that? I'm 34. 16 years ago?
You're 34? Boy, you're 10 years older than me. That's actually crazy.
Yeah.
Dan, expand.
How old? What?
Dan, you're 16 years older than me.
Yeah.
16 olders.
16 older.
16 years. This is mine.
16 olders.
Shush. It's been a long day. This is my senior photo. Let me find some more.
I don't have a senior photo because in the yearbook.
Yeah, those I have to order these actually. I'm almost out of time, but yeah, these were my photos. Guys, they did a lot of editing. This is not actually.
Hold on,
me.
I'm gonna go bitch my brother out real quick.
This is not actually me, people. This is me with a lot of makeup and a lot of editing.
Chris, how old are you?
I'm 29.
Oh, okay.
I'm telling you guys, I don't normally look like that. This is me on like a regular day.
Good, bro.
without
She
any
didn't have to do
makeup,
the math like that.
Hey, why are you putting me on full screen?
Oh, what are you just gonna show us the little, thumbnail?
You do look like a baby.
Yeah. It actually no. It literally looks like she has the youth filter on.
Wait, I think I do have a filter on. Hold on, let me check. Let me reset to default
You
settings.
look
Okay.
like you are literally 12.
This
Be
is me
quiet.
without any settings, guys.
You're like 12.
Are you able to open like the child safety prescription bottles?
I look older with my makeup. Okay, I do.
You look 12.
I do not look 12. People always say I look older than I am.
Ooh.
Me with makeup
fuck
on?
said
Yeah, I
that?
do.
You're 12.
But it didn't change without a filter.
It did change. Are you kidding me?
Turns on camera, gets bullied.
It did change, guys. Stop.
Nope. There's no change whatsoever.
Nah,
See,
bro.
I just got off work, still in my work clothes. No
Dude, why are
makeup.
you clipping everyone by putting this on expand?
I mean,
Dan's like,
I'm assuming that people are showing off. You're all gorgeous, so.
Thank you, but
I
this
just look like my dad.
I don't even go to school without makeup. So, I'm never
Is it
without
too
makeup.
late to eat chips and dip now? It is
Hell no.
11:28 at night.
I'm literally eating beef and broccoli with an extra side of beef because I want to stay beefy.
No beef in this household.
yo, why'd you have to say it like that, bro?
There's my graduation.
200 grams a day, baby.
You know what? When I started eating 200 a day, I noticed a change.
Hold on, I'm gonna go ask my brother to open.
Oh
my
wait,
fridge.
sorry. So hey guys, listen. So I just realized, okay. Sorry for the beef comment. I forgot who we had up here. I'm consuming protein. That's okay. I just
Hey, Chris, I forgive you, but L Chris in the comments, y'all.
Yo,
I just realized I'm not reading the word.
Ria, did you see what Pakistan did when they sent one of the missiles?
No, what
They
did they
attached
do?
a cow on it. Yeah. Oh my god, that shit went viral, bro. I was like, wow.
That's honestly pretty messed up, though.
That is so petty. Oh my.
That's so messed up. What?
That's so petty. I know.
No, the cow, the precious cows.
They're like basically sending a message. They're like,
But this is about religion.
Yeah. They're like, this is your god, right?
That's insane. Oh my gosh. And it's not, we don't like worship cows for the like worshiping them. We
No, I know.
worship them because like, they're the mother of all, like they're the nurturer.
Yeah, they're considered holy. I know.
Exactly.
A holy symbol. Yeah.
Dude, so many people in the West make fun of that. The fact that Hindus
People also
worship-
think Zoroastrians worship fire and shit. They don't
By the way,
actually. There's
this story reminds me of back in Trump's first term. You remember this? About like generals dipping bullets in pig's blood.
What the hell?
Wait,
Darren
did
Barker.
Oh yeah. You don't
British?
know about this, Chris?
I've heard briefly about it, but not necessarily what happened.
You know the British used to put like beef in the like cartilage of the gun so that the Hindus would have to like use that just so it would go against their religion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Besides my weightlifting gloves.
And then, Dan, I don't know if you saw this absolutely insane cover from The Atlantic, but the art,
Wait, what am I looking at?
it's an Atlantic cover that came out recently.
Oh, that's really good.
Oh, hell is that?
No.
What?
Oh my.
If
Sorry,
you see it, I don't know how to show the whole picture here on TikTok, but there's an elephant in the back of the carriage. And
Looks like a bison.
if you look forward in the picture, it's at Capitol Hill. They just won an award for it this year. There's a big thing.
Award?
I can't open my dip.
What? Why are 250 people still chilling with us?
They're
listen, we're
probably
just
asleep,
vibing.
honestly.
Guys, I
Don't,
thought it was a lot more
don't
boring than
wait,
that.
wait, hold on. Don't shame them for enjoying the time we're having here.
No, literally, this is like fun.
Well,
Like,
at
you know
least
when you
got
like
it
turn on
open.
the radio?
Guys,
This is
if
like
you're
better
gonna
than
stay
the
here,
radio
at least
because it's
follow
like
me,
it's more
okay?
real, you know?
Just at least follow me.
I finally got my dip open.
It's okay, Ria. I'll buy you some followers. Don't worry.
Thank you, Kanan. I appreciate it.
That's crazy. But no, like honestly,
Someone
guys,
says I'm in the
guys,
back.
I'll be debating Zionism for a good majority of the day tomorrow, guys. So if you're interested in that,
I'll be
follow
there,
your
bro.
boy. Follow
I'll
your
be
boy
there,
because
bro.
it's going down. Israel is wasteful government spending and cutting food assistance. It's not. Prove me wrong tomorrow.
Bro, people, I'm gonna tell you guys this. In Gaza, and I really don't want to turn this dark, but everybody needs to know this. In Gaza right now, in Palestine, the children are getting unalived, and while they're being, like, you know, taken to God, they are not able to cry. No, don't. I know it's a curveball. They're not
No, I
able
was
to.
looking at what Dan was putting. Sorry, keep
No,
going.
go ahead, go ahead.
Right, so they're not able to cry while they're dying because they're so hungry and thirsty. I literally heard a video of a baby and it was like slightly crying but unable to while it was dying because it was so hungry and thirsty. And children are going blind from malnutrition. It's so fucking bad. Every single day I wake up, I look at my phone, I get triggered, I say fuck Israel, and I can do nothing about it. I swear to God, it's so fucking triggering, bro.
This
I hate
is
it.
a conversation that I've been having with the married couple that runs Indivisible, because a lot of the movement around the Trump administration right now is largely like the people that are out protesting are older and white. And there have been a lot of questions brought up about where the young people are and also like where people of color are when it comes to protesting the Trump administration. And one of the things that I was telling Ezra was that as long as indivisible organizers tell young people that they can't speak about Palestine at anti-Trump protests, you are not going to get young people willing to silence themselves in order to stand alongside you. And a
Here's
lot
my
of
mark. I'm sorry, go ahead. Okay.
Oh, I was just going to say a lot of young people are also really frustrated with older people that are calling on them to protest now because a lot of them were not supporting them when they were on campus protesting for Palestine.
Yeah.
Here's my marketing pitch for a black man, right? So there's this conservative rumor going around that I absolutely hate that Palestine movement is taking away from, is anti-black and taking away from the.
Oh my
No,
God.
it's a thing. No, because listen, check this out. What a lot of people don't, they won't teach you this in red schools, but there was a wonderful man named Malcolm X that our civil rights movement, and sorry if I get a little bit heated just because I've had people twist this story and it's very disrespectful, but civil rights movement wouldn't be possible in America without Palestine, and here's why. Malcolm X, right, went to Gaza, right, to go survey the area. He took a lot of those lessons from apartheid and went right back here to go work on the civil rights movement. So as a black man, right, Palestine has a special place, right?
I
when
am
it
the
comes
chosen one.
to the literal civil rights movement, right? If Malcolm X never went on his way back from Mecca to Gaza, then we would have never got the inspiration to advocate for us to do so.
Bro, I kid you not, man. When I was growing up and I used to go to the West Bank because I told you I'm a Hebronite, right? And I used to go in through the Jordan, and over there we go to Jericho first, right? And as we go, of course, the area is very mountainous and very steep. There's a lot of mountains. The roads are not usually the safest, and you cannot stop on the road. I kid you not, I remember being a child and my cousins were throwing up in the car because they were both young and sick, and we couldn't stop the car because if we did and they took us, we could have been apprehended and no one would have known anything about us at that point, right? So we have to keep moving. We get into Jericho, we drive down into like the southern part of the West Bank, of course, because it's Hebron. We're going in, man. Fucking checkpoints everywhere, right? And it's actually so annoying that if I want to go from like, say, like the Judea area, like Hebron, Jerusalem, all the way up to Samaria, like Nablus, it takes me 3 hours, whereas like a settler can go and travel north to south in 20 minutes because they have different roads that are open.
Yeah. And
Whereas we
riddle
have
me
to
this,
go
Ken, and
through.
riddle me this, Ken. And we're about to have a hard conversation right now, but this is to go debunk conservative ideology. So what the conservatives do is that they try and put the Arabs against the black people in the United States, saying, okay, Palestine movement's robbing from your black, from your black civil rights movement, right? They try and always do these things. But like, one, I want to know where that originated, because here's the thing. People always say, "Oh, Arabs are racist towards black people." I'm like, there's racist people everywhere. I live in Texas.
I am the
Texas,
chosen one.
in Texas, there's a lot of racist people in the South.
Texas, baby, woo!
What a lot of people don't realize is that at the time of the civil rights movement, Arabs, even though there wasn't that many in the U.S. at the time, Arabs were facing their own discrimination of their own. It just wasn't highly publicized. So I don't know where the conservatives try and put minorities against minorities and try and cause division, which is absolutely crazy.
I would also like to point out when we're talking about 14th to 15th century Near East, a lot of the anti-African racism that does exist in what we consider the Middle East today in Arabic countries actually stems from British and Portuguese colonialism. From the early slave trade. So if we're going to blame anyone for the racism that does exist in Arabic countries, the answer is still white people.
And you know what? Here's the thing.
Thanks,
right?
Obama.
The thing is like, even if it's a cause of our own, or if it's a cause of whoever, if it's something that we need to acknowledge as a community, which of course every community in the world has to acknowledge the fact that there is some type of an influence subconsciously that they have, whoever they may be, against people of darker skin color or against people of other countries, depending on, like where they come from and what, like, how I asked Dan, like Dan is a Middle Easterner, but he grew up in America, and when he thinks of Syria, he thinks desert. Why? It's because we've been programmed this way. There's a lot of Eurocentric programming when it comes to things like beauty standards, when it comes to things like everyday, stereotypes and all these things. And so the fact of the matter is, these are things that every community in the world, wherever they are, whoever they are, have to like kind of, face and just genuinely discuss amongst themselves to just break free from. And it doesn't mean that, we as people that are minority communities that say suffer from said same systems of oppression, even though it doesn't manifest exactly the same, it doesn't mean that we can't combat it or fight against it. And the last thing we should do is let it pin us against each other.
Exactly.
Do you understand? So
This
that's
is why I always push young people that I interact with, young Americans, to leave the US for a period of time during their youth when their minds are still open, and to try and travel to countries, even if they're countries that don't necessarily agree with America